Hello, people. Welcome to the show. I don't know why I talk like this. I do it when anxious. There are people here. Okay, cool. Hi. Welcome to the show. Welcome to KillCo Whiskey Musings. My name is Brian, and I have done my introduction, and there's a guest, mystery guest. None of you know who it is, I'm sure. But I will now do the thing to start the show. This is the part where I say, welcome to KillCo Whiskey Musings. My name is Brian. There, I did it right. We have a mystery guest, and I don't like to keep anyone waiting. I promise we will be having mountains of fun tonight. Maybe that's a clue. Definitely is a clue. Welcome, Adriana Patua.
I see what you did there.
I did a thing.
Hey.
Hi. Glad to have you.
Excited we're finally making this happen.
Yeah, it's been in the works for a while.
Yeah.
But these always are. It's just a matter of lining up times and schedules and such.
Yeah.
Let me say hi to people. I'm supposed to do that. I'm so professional. Whiskey Samurai, hello. I'm looking at two chats at once. It's not helping. Wes is hello. Mom, hi. Mama KillCo. We're gonna get you to change the name title thing at some point. Kira Collins, that name looks very familiar for some reason. I have no idea why.
Shelters?
Yes, I know why. Whiskey knows. Game on. Indeed. Whoa. Co-op Whiskey. Oh, God, it's moving too fast. Hello, Co-op Whiskey. Welcome. John T. John McKellen.
All the people.
It's everyone for the moment. Thank you for being here.
Also, every time I see John McElwain, I just think John McClane and start thinking of Die Hard quotes. So I am sorry, John McElwain. I know you're not that.
We have lots of whiskey to drink now. Oh, God.
Yeah, we do.
And for those of you who don't know, we're both wearing our It's Bourbon Night shirts, and I don't think they're going on tonight, so this might be longer than expected. Andriata will not be staying for the whole thing because that's crazy. She'll stay as long as she wants, and none of you can change that. So there. But until then, we're going to have a lovely time drinking many whiskeys.
For those who don't know, I'm in Utah, so I'm also 2 hours behind, which means my dinner will still be coming up.
Yes. I know both of us kind of frantically got food in our systems. That was not planned, but I have to drink some water, actually. I can still taste the ketchup. Ugh.
There's nothing like a last-minute waffle, you know. Oh, yeah.
There you go.
Oh, I didn't bring the sign. Oh, wait, I did. I've got you covered, Brian. Boom, boom.
I have a thing over, well, it's over there. Over there.
Yeah. It's right down here. I guess I could have just done it.
You both.
It's too professional for me.
It's not professional at all. Although I did get, I guess the graphic designer person, we got really irritated by people using the Facebook like button all the time. You always see the actual Facebook thumb, and I know the actual YouTube thumbnail or YouTube like is that one-ish.
Oh.
I had to tweak it a little.
Because is the Facebook one more like the yellow?
It's white and it has this blue cuff thing.
Oh.
It's weird. I don't like it. It's a little quirky thing for me. No one cares about the like button. It's like, it's a like button. For me, it's just like, it's annoying if it's the wrong one.
This is vague reminder.
Yeah. Vague reminder always.
Yeah.
JJ, hi. Welcome.
So Kira was actually on of Shelf Turds just earlier with Women of Whiskeys on Instagram. Did you see that? They were drinking a bunch of scotch.
Well, I didn't actually see it. I saw it pop up, and then I was frantically running around trying to do what I'm supposed to be doing.
Yeah, fair.
So it was fun.
Kira, it looks like, might like peat it, like me, but not regular scotch. So we are twins. Are we starting with Eagle Rare? Or...
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we are. That's what I was just trying to figure out.
I
Very subtly.
My Beast bottle.
I want one of those so bad just to have it. I got the tiny bottle.
It's just ridiculous.
It is. Like, how do you pour? I think, where did I see that first? Bourbon Wrench.
Yeah, he loves this thing, and he does
He does the arm thing. That's the only reason I want it. No other reason. Well, of course, because it has a eagle rare in it. But other than that, whatever. Jean de la Cuisine. Welcome to the show.
Hey, Jean de la Cuisine.
That's why they call it. That is a must. You've made yourself have a thing.
I love that I have Wile E. Coyote signs, and that somebody pointed that out in my my recent stream. That killed me. I was like, "That's amazing. I'm gonna have to make more." So it's just making what you need at the last second, and suddenly becomes a thing. So kind of cool.
You stole it from a giant, apparently. My mom thinks.
Yay!
Oh, that's my dad. Hi, Dad.
Oh, I think I stole the bottle.
Yeah, the bottle from the giant.
Yeah. At first, I was thinking the signs.
No, that'd be a very tiny sign for a giant. It'd be a mouse-sized sign for a giant.
Hey, Marty or Jenny is here from Whiskey Nose. Cuckoo. Are they? I haven't had Eagle Rare in a bit.
Oh, that's so good.
I feel like Nick has been drinking all of it.
Nick, good for you. Drink it all.
Because I always start with Knob Creek as
what?
Because to me it's like a positive control for my palate. So if I start with Knob Creek and it's tasting weird, then I'm like, okay, don't try anything new today. But if I start with it and it's what I always enjoy, then I'm like, okay, you can try everything. Science. Yeah, it's experimental control.
You need to talk to Amy Boehm, because I assume you've seen things like this before. She sent me these vials, and they're very sciencey looking.
Yeah, those are pretty freaking cool.
I don't know where she got them. She does something sciencey, because that's the only reason I can think she'd have those. I forget what. She mentioned it and she said it, but my brain doesn't retain knowledge like it should. So.
All the tubes we use at my work are like itty bitty. Like it would just be, you can fit like 100 microliters. Or, well, I guess we use these.
Like the ones that get spun around a lot?
Yeah.
I don't remember what that thing's called. Centrifuge? That sounds like a word.
That's what you use to spin it, yeah. We call these conicals. I don't know what other people call them.
Vials. Mad scientist stuff.
I guess, yeah. I feel like vials or test tube has a very old school made of glass.
It does.
Break sound.
That's because I'm an old person. Well, I'm not really an old person. I'm getting there. Working on it. Every year I get a little closer. What is happening? Oh, okay. Science. Trying to make sure these are in order. And
Mama Coco's asking us important questions. She's trying to keep us on whiskey topics here.
Why would we want to do that?
Oh, man, it does smell good.
It is good. It has like floral notes to me, I think. Hold on. A little bit.
I just get like very sweet oak.
Yeah. But there's something different about it that makes me like it. And I don't remember.
Mine is in this huge bottle, but
oh yeah,
very aired out. So
might have changed a little bit.
Yeah, it's
fruit. It's some kind of fruit note. It's not flowers. It's a fruit note.
I could see a fruit note. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't remember what. I think I've said apple or strawberry or something random like that. What am I doing? 50.5, 55.5. That's a bit.
Yeah, it's like the tartness to the sweet woodiness of it.
It definitely stands out to me. Well, I'm saying that as I'm going to pour a bunch of cast drink stuff. So we'll see if it stands out. 50. Okay, these are both pretty high. Good God. So the winner of the high proof for this is going to be meh. The last one is going to be this one, which you have a sample of, I believe.
Okay.
So
because they're very close, right?
Yeah, very close. Ooh. We're talking point.
You're kind of sneak peeking what we're going to be drinking.
I am sneak peeking.
Oh no!
I'm trying to keep it hidden. It's not working very well. This one I can't hide.
You're showing
like, well, no one will ever know what this is.
Oh hey, Sherry's here. What's up, Sherry?
Huh?
Starting off with some Eagle Rare, easing our way in. Yeah. Okay, I haven't actually sipped mine yet, so I'm gonna get on that.
I don't either. I'm trying to clean up my mouth still. I don't like the fact that I knew it was a bad idea to have ketchup on anything, and I was going to do mustard as well. It was a hot dog, by the way, and I just put ketchup on it because I knew mustard would just completely mess me up. But the ketchup isn't helping either.
It takes a bit of water to really get rid of the taste.
Mm. Something about vinegar. Let's just flying high. Hello. If I didn't say that.
Yeah, that's Sherry.
Oh, Sherry. I thought you said that. And I'm like, which one is it?
Yeah.
It's this one. Okay, good. I got it.
Sherry, I'm not having any Knob Creek 12. She's always trying to insult my Knob Creek 12. So not giving her the opportunity today.
I keep hearing things about the Knob Creek 15. I imagine it's good, but I also know it's expensive. So.
Yeah, that one. I got a sample of it from Shane. I think it was my reward when he sent me a bunch of ryes to try for a flight. And that I loved that. It was that, limited edition 15-year release or whatever. That's 100 proof as opposed to the store picks.
Yes.
And it was quite yummy. Though I know a lot of people did not like it. Like when I watch the reviews, it has very kind of mediocre at best.
Mixed feelings.
Yeah. So kind of like the new ECBP. Oh, whoops. I meant to put my video public before I did this, and I forgot. Oh, well, I'll put it after.
Do it now. You don't have to wait.
So do it. I don't know if I'll crash my computer. Oh, hey.
Everything self-destructs. You still have a link. So.
Yeah.
Or you could never come back at all.
If I suddenly go haywire, it's my fault. Also, chat, can you let me know if the mic sounds weird? I'm paranoid about this because it's a new thing to do, and I have something big upcoming that I want to make sure I'm dialed in for by then. So some of y'all know what that is. Oh my gosh, talking and trying to do things at the same time.
Welcome to my life.
So hard.
I have the first part. Second, doing things is hard. Talking is hard. Everything is difficult. It's fun. And I'm doing a stream for some reason because I lost my mind.
Okay, there. I did it, and it looks like I did not get kicked. So
nice.
Win. New video is out now.
We're going to watch it. Wait, no. Let's stay here and then watch it.
Watch it after.
Do both at once. That's what I always do. I'm always doing two things at once during a stream.
I always figure to release it like a little bit before It's Bourbon Night would normally go on because I feel like people might be getting onto YouTube and being like, I'm in a whiskey mood, getting ready for whiskey lives. So let me watch a review. I don't know. The logic works for me. Thank you, Kira. Okay, good. And Mama KillCo said the same. Awesome. Thank you. Cool. All right. I was worried having an external mic and playing audio through the computer was going to be awful. So.
Yeah, that's my fear with my mic because mine's ridiculously sensitive. And
I think luckily for me, mine is not very good. So I need to be right at it. But it's not picking up this.
I had one like that, but I didn't like it because I'd have to do this and talk like this right into the mic the whole time, and it was a little weird.
Yeah.
But this one, it's far enough away. You can probably hear me. I don't know, maybe. Yeah, you can probably hear people in the hallway sometimes. So,
of course, the really crappy mic that I got for hiking works great on the trail, awful inside. So, in figuring out how to actually be inside, it's a whole new game.
How big is how do you determine the size of the bottle? It is large. It's what, 1.5 something?
Oh, here, I can give you something relative. If you're familiar with, I think everybody's familiar with a Wild Turkey 101 bottle. So Wild Turkey 101.
Significant size difference there.
Because this is more than double. This is 1.75 mils versus 0.75.
So they just went long. That's their thing. This is This is a 1.75 for Wild Turkey, but it's just boomf like that.
Yeah.
Well, that one just
went wide.
It's just taller and a little bigger.
Yeah, because this one, with it in front, you can see it's fairly similar width.
Yeah. So
they just went tall.
They just wanted a taller bottle.
So that it would be obnoxious to try and fit onto a shelf ever. So
I think in their mind, it's probably something they'd want to have on a bar because it would stick out. People would see it at a restaurant or something.
yeah, I guess. Be obnoxious.
I know I would be like, "What's that big bottle in the back thing?" I
Yeah.
always kind of scan over the back of bars just to see what I know about and what I don't.
Yeah.
Sometimes there's some good stuff that I try. Sometimes I regret things that I've done in life. So
I literally just lost my glass for a second.
that's always fun. That's why I keep them right here, and I have the logos facing me so I know what's what because I have a habit of putting things down, not looking what I'm doing.
Oh,
Fun.
smart.
Usually
So
I can
like a bunch
tell.
of logos.
Yeah, I have a bunch of logos. I didn't have the It's Bourbon Night one. I think they need to be washed.
Mm.
So I did a stream on.
I feel like Eagleware has got like a nice creamy texture. That's what I like about it. Like it's still not, as good of mouthfeel as others, but it's quite yummy.
Yeah.
Creamy and sweet.
Yeah, this is definitely what I'd introduce someone to bourbon with, but not right away because it's 45%. You really need to get people past the whole alcohol thing when they're used to drinking wines and beers and stuff. You're like, we're gonna go from 5% to 40.
Yeah. What are some? I feel like I'm not good at introducing people to bourbon. What are some 80 proof or like 86, 84 proof bourbons that you would introduce somebody with? Or would you just go with Scotch?
No, I wouldn't go with Scotch. That would be a whole. I do different sections, so I'd probably start with bourbon just because we're in America and it's the most common thing you can get. People know of certain bourbons, the best. You can grab stuff that they might know, like Jim Beam or Jack Daniels.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say those are the best myself, but that's because both of us have had many other things to compare it to. It's not the worst. It's very popular. I mean, that's the thing. People are about brand recognition. So getting something like that helps them feel a little more acclimated to the whole thing. It's like, oh no, I know that one.
That's true. But I feel like, well, I haven't had one of those in so long, but I would feel like they'd have more sharp edges that would not be enjoyable. Maybe an Old Forester. I haven't had the 86 proof, but I've heard good things.
Oh, I'd probably just grab actually, is that?
I like the 100 proof.
Yeah.
I thought it was funny. Barn Door said that he's considering a handle of Willet Pot Still, which I think is one of the ugliest looking bottles. And I think that's why he wants it. It's really obnoxious looking. Therefore, he loves it. Hey, Trev is here, Bourbon Wrench.
Oh my God, what is he doing here? I mean, hi, Trev. Good to see you. Oh gosh.
He's working hard on my logos. That's what he's doing.
Yes, he's working on them right now while he's watching the stream, I'm sure.
Exactly.
I've started trying to do that myself. Like I have graphic design experience. I just don't use it like I should because I get so frustrated and focus on the wrong things half the time. It's great.
But do you do your thumbnails?
Yes.
Says a person who just spent too much time on Canva today working on thumbnails.
Yes, that's part of the problem. I get obsessed over little things like this. For this one, the one I did for this stream, I had to figure out how to do mystery guest, and I got stuck on a gender neutral silhouette. I believe it or not, it's harder to find that looks good than you'd think. And eventually I got to the point where my brain was like, by the way, why don't you just not do that and use something else? Like, oh, I don't know, a Glen Cairn, since you do whiskey stuff. And then just put a question mark in the middle. Like, yeah, that's okay. I felt a little better.
Yep.
Because I could not find a decent thing.
And I'm sure this is fascinating for the chat, but what I keep forgetting to do is, like, I'll take pictures of the bottle, like, while I'm out on the hike, and I'm like, oh, it's so pretty. And I'm not thinking when I take the picture, you have to put letters somewhere over this. So you need an area that is, like, one color, and you can contrast the letters, or you're going to have to hide what's so pretty in the back. I'll learn one day. We'll see.
Yeah. I haven't done much of that either. Like for my actual thumbnails for the videos, I haven't done anything. It's just me doing this with the bottle, hoping my camera focuses on the bottle and not me, and then taking a picture of it and going, okay, that's good.
There you go. Yeah. You only want to spend so much time on. Somebody mentioned
yes, I'm glad it's not just me, Trev.
Yes. Four Roses as one. And again, I haven't had the yellow label. I've had the next step up.
Small batch?
Yep, that's it. I'm not a big fan of Four Roses, but I've only had that one. And I just...
Go try... Well, I won't say... Oh, it's something I might be able to send you at some point. I have Four Roses single barrel, and I've had fairly good luck with those. That was what got me into it at first. And I don't mind the small batch, just as a... Not really a sipper, but something I can use for mixed drinks and stuff.
Yeah. It's hit or miss for me, that small batch.
If you didn't really like the small batch, you're probably not going to like the yellow label. You can try it, definitely, but that's one where I drank the whole thing, but was like, all right, that's something I'll just ignore from now on. It's not terrible.
Yeah. Well, Nick has been following because he likes Four Roses, and I think the warehouses here just ordered Four Roses single barrel, so should hit our stores, or maybe it's in the warehouse now and should be hitting our stores maybe this week. I forget.
This is a good one to try if you want to splurge. The Four Roses small batch select, which is a whole different thing. Apparently, they just couldn't figure out what to do with the different bottle design. They just couldn't think of a better title than small batch. All they do is add the word select and a different sticker, I think.
Yeah.
And
for quite a while, I didn't realize. For quite a while, I didn't realize it was a different bottle. I was like, I don't.
The price is pretty much one of the only things that person would notice. You'd be like, wait a minute, why is that one, that one, that one, that one?
Yeah, seems unwise in their marketing. Trav, I need to write that down. John T, I got my 1.75 here in Utah, so I don't know where you are, but does that help?
Yeah, I haven't seen one at all. I wanted to look around and find one, an Eagle Rare giant bottle, but I haven't actually gone hunting for it at all.
Yeah.
I have a feeling it's just not around because I know I can get Eagle Rare easily. It's less than a mile away from me at the store I usually go to. But I have yet to see an actual Giga bottle anywhere. I'll keep an eye out.
That was yummy. That was a good start.
It was a good start.
That Eagle Rare. We talked more about the bottle than the whiskey itself.
Mm-hmm.
It's creamy and sweet. Notes on. I mean, it's not the most complex.
No, it's just a lovely whiskey, and I like that there's a slight difference with that fruit note for me. Mm-hmm. A lot of bourbons are just your standard. What is it? I have all the words in my head. Let's see: brown sugar, caramel. What else? Oak. Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like that's where you're hitting right in the middle of the road. Yeah.
But this one has that slight difference.
Trav, I should write that down. I feel like I saw that in a video about how to do these things, about rule of thirds. But when I'm out on the trail, I'm just like, ooh, let me stick this bottle in this thing of flowers and take a picture. It's not the most planned out thing ever, but.
Yeah, I know. I've only started actually looking up stuff about making better thumbnails and all that stuff I don't want to try to do.
Yeah, right. It's like, there's so much work.
Yeah, it's learning, and I'm not really great at that.
But
I always going to say I forgot already. Oh, my brain is such a fun place.
It's not
thumbnails, logos.
I was reading about this Willet pot still. It's just one weird looking bottle. Or no, sorry, not Will pot still, but that obnoxious one.
Trying to think of Willet pots. Oh, the one that looks like that. Oh yeah, I know what you mean now.
Yeah, that's
it's tiny and then a long stem because they want it to look different.
Yeah,
which it does, and that's good. But also, good luck storing that annoying little thing.
Yeah,
anyone at a bar would be like, "Why? How the hell am I?"
Yeah,
frustrating.
The shape of whiskey bottles is forever just like very frustrating for me, trying to make things look nice. It's like you can't make these look nice and organized unless you're like rich enough to have 10 of each brand or whatever and have it look all organized in that kind of way. But
I know a couple guys actually. They have a nice setup and they have hundreds of bottles.
Yeah, but it's like because they have so many that they can make it kind of organized. So
yeah, mine is currently a mess. Like you can actually see this now. Before you couldn't.
Oh yeah.
But I moved a bunch of bottles behind me, which looks great. I'm sure it doesn't. I'm trying to do a new intro thing, so I have to figure out what I want to do. I actually got a little inspiration from the Netflix thing today. What the hell was it called? Posted on Facebook. What was it? It kept me from taking a nap. It was really weird. My brain started racing like it does, and started kind of trying to go over these ideas and stuff. And I was like, "Shut up, go to sleep."
Trav, can you just come on the hike with me and take those pictures? Because I always think I'm taking a decent picture, and then later I'm like, "Oh no, that's funky," or my thumb is there.
Mm-hmm.
You know. What do we pour in next?
The next one, I've already forgotten. I believe the next one. Where'd it go? Wild Turkey 101. I believe. Yeah, we have Wild Turkey 101, and then the one that has red on the top. And then the last one you have the sample of. And being so subtle.
Yeah.
Oh, that's tough.
Trev, when I go on a hike, there's always whiskey. So, except when I went recently with my lab, but then I just redid that hike a couple days later with whiskey.
I'm going to do I don't want to call it a spoof video because that doesn't sound right. But at some point, when it's not so damn hot out, I'm going to do an outdoor whiskey thing. I'm not sure how. I'm probably just going to bring a flask, honestly. I don't know if I want to bring a bottle.
So when I first, when I filmed my first one, I actually filmed it like twice and tried it with both the bottle and the flask. And it tasted exactly, because I was like, oh, I don't know if I bring it in a flask, if being in metal for hours or whatever is going to make it taste funny. But it tasted exactly the same. So I was like, art. If need be, if I were trying to do an Ego Rare review and couldn't fit a gigantic bottle in my book bag, then I could just take it. Or if I ever go backpacking, which I really want to do, I'd rather backpack with a flask instead of a bottle. So
yeah, you did one of those. What was it? You were near the water? You had a tent?
Yeah. I went camping to do my rye flight, actually.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, and then I filmed 2 others while I was there too. So
is that considered backpacking or is that camping?
No, that one was just camping. It was just a drive-up spot, so I didn't have to lug my tent and sleeping bag and stuff around.
Okay, so backpacking is where you carry everything, go somewhere on foot.
Yeah.
And then settle down.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So with this, I drove to the camp spot, dropped everything off, went for a hike, came back, camped, hiked, went home.
Got it. For me,
in between instead of my feet.
Yeah, for me, the backpacking was just camping, because I remember being in the Boy Scouts, and what we would do is we'd get out of the cars and just, trek, as it were, with all this crap on, and then set up camp. So I just thought that was camping for some reason. I was trying to differentiate the two in my head.
Yeah. No.
So now it's done.
It's backpacking. It's the harder version, which I have not done myself. Oh, Lord Schlong is here and watched my new video. It was so pretty.
Nice.
Regardless of how anybody feels about ECBP B521, the hike was ridiculously pretty. So it was like one where I kept just like looking around and getting mad because everything was like so pretty. It was just frustrating.
Hello, Schlong. Nice to see you. Welcome. Jerk.
He's the one who sent me that ride light and that DC-15 that we were talking about earlier. So
nice.
Barn Door likes hiking if there's not much walking involved.
I can relate.
So running?
Yeah, right? Ugh.
You could do that instead.
I have to also figure out where I would go. There aren't really a lot of... There's some nice foresty areas, and there are actually a lot of places where I might do something by the ocean, because there's an ocean. So maybe near a lighthouse. Oh, I know a good spot, but it might be too many places to think about.
That would be cool. Just make sure it's a place you can like legally have alcohol. So I don't go in national parks.
I have a feeling around here that's not a thing. They don't like having open anything anywhere. Although,
but like a lot of times, if you're like at a place that has like a picnic table or something, then it's like as long as it's not in glass or whatever.
Yeah, I'll have to look up the actual rules for here. I know they've changed significantly over the past few years, because I can actually get bottles shipped to me, which usually No. And they did have those rules that switched over the past year about alcoholic beverages. You can actually take out now, so that was nice. That wasn't a thing before, but it is now.
Oh, you can take alcohol out?
We can go order at a restaurant and order a beer or wine or even a mixed cocktail thing.
I was going to say, can you order a margarita and then just take it home?
Yes.
That is my dream.
I know. I did it once. I was like, well, I might as well try it now because it might go away.
There have definitely been days where I was like, man, I wish I could just pick up a margarita on the way home and not have to make it myself. I love a good
Four-wheeling bar core. What was really bad, I realized when I actually picked up the margarita for the first time, you know how you put it in the cup holder, because that's where the cup holder is. And I instinctively, as I was driving back, almost reached for it to take a sip. And I was like, well, no.
Wait.
No. I could be real bad. I also was going along a path where I knew cops sometimes just sit there because it's a nice little windy road through the woods. And you're supposed to go really slow. And people don't do that.
Nobody does that.
Because they're like that. I do. I actually like that whole road. I like to experience it and just enjoy the birds and the shade.
Yeah. No, it's always nice. I always like pretty wooded areas, so. But don't be drinking margaritas while you're driving through them.
No, that was the mistake. I'm so used to having, you put something in your cup holder, you think it's something you drink while you're driving, like a coffee or something. So it's just that moment of automatic reaching for beverage, and it's like, no, that was close.
Do they include the straw or something?
Yeah, I think so. I don't remember if I put the straw in, but I know I just felt myself going for it.
Yeah.
So there's just that, just the gesture itself is like, yeah, this is new. I'm going to have to pay attention to that.
Yeah, man. I just want a place where I can do that. But I want to live in Utah where it's really pretty and I have this job.
I've heard. What is it? Well, that's good. I like wild turkey. It tastes a little different after Eagle Rare, though. Something different about it.
I think it's, like if you eat something sweet before something else that would normally be sweet, but then it like kind of makes that second item less sweet in comparison.
Yeah, this is kind of the joy of flights. It just changes things.
Yeah, that's why I never trust a flight as far as like a blind flight to say, yeah, okay, I really do like this one more. It's like, I like this one more if I have it after these items.
I do. The only thing I try to do when I do a flight, like a blind flight, I've only done one. So what I did was I just lined up what I enjoyed the most or what for that moment. And one of them was, I think, was it actually the one that won? I don't remember. I'll assume it was. And everyone can prove me wrong by watching the video later. Is I think Eagle Rare came out on top. So that's why I decided to finally get a bottle of it. And I like having it now. It's one of the ones I like to keep on my shelf.
Yeah.
Doesn't
it's a good one. And like, I feel like they definitely tell you something, but it's just, I don't know. Like, I don't trust, like if not, and maybe because I'm biased sometimes when the one I'm rooting for loses or something. But it's like, it changes all the time. I don't know, they can't be trusted. I like to do blind flights because I feel like I learn a lot not knowing what I'm going into, but I also learn a lot knowing what I'm going into and kind of studying all the things that I'm looking for.
You got a scientific method going on there. You like to know all the facts, all the information.
There's a lot of nerdiness going on right here.
I need to do more blind flights, but I can't. You have a husband, so he's just pour whatever and it's like, good luck.
I'm telling you, I need to send you a Lazy Susan or Lazy Steven.
Oh, one of those spinny things. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know they're out there. I looked at a few and they look awful. I wouldn't mind getting like a wooden one. I think.
Yeah.
Whiskey. I know I actually watched a video recently where they have a spin table thing. Whiskey Tribe / Vault has done a few videos where they give people stuff randomly and they get to spin the little thing. Not like,
right. Yeah. Yeah. At a slow speed.
Yeah. Not Wheel of Fortune style. So
right.
That'd be a whole different kind of thing.
I
feel like someone would do a video like that. If they stuck on there, they'd just be like, go!
Whichever whiskey remains is the one you're drinking.
Yeah. That's pretty much how that works. I know that's a thing, actually. All I do is watch YouTube. Yeah, there's an actual. It's shots, so it's not great. And I think it's not. They don't spin, but they have a. It's a casino thing. What is that game called?
Roulette.
Roulette. Sure, that sounds right. A roulette thing, and there are like rules and stuff. It's really dumb, but it's funny to watch.
Hey, Katie Turk.
And you don't know what you're drinking. That's the other part.
Oh.
Could be water, could be vodka, could be whiskey, could be.
Oh, does it have little shot glasses in it?
Yes.
I had that at and I still have it for future bachelorette parties, but I had that for my bachelorette party. But I was drinking with some people who don't normally drink much or like do shots. So they put weird things for the shots. So it was like everything was a shot. I mean, everything was alcohol, but they put like gin and rum in there. So it's like tequila, vodka, whiskey, gin, and rum on this roulette thing. And it was just disgusting.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand. I know in the thing I'm thinking of, I think of the Try channel, if anyone has watched that. It's basically Irish people do things to sample things.
Yes.
But they could have something like to the extent of water, and then beer, and then it was kind of just whiskey or liquor of some sort and higher proofs, depending kind of thing.
Yeah, yeah. I love the Try channel.
Someone's on the Twitch. Hello. Been ruined official. I think I know who that is. Sneaky. It's funny as I've actually hit some of the marks for Twitch to be affiliate. I have to start getting more people watching there. It's like 3 people consecutively watching for a certain amount of time. It's weird. They have weird rules.
I don't know anything about Twitch.
Oh, neither. I just know I could stream gaming on there, which I did. But then this had the option. And it's like, well, I have one, and I was trying to get it to do something, so I might as well make a talk show about whiskey.
Yeah.
That's what this is now, apparently.
Yeah. I mean, I've watched it a couple of times because Bourbon Bites, he's gaming also. So he's done a few on there, but that's about it.
Yeah. I thought about going down that path, but I had no idea what I'd call it. KillCo, Bubba Gaming. No, it's PC Power Whiskey. No. Gaming with Brian. Okay. This is going nowhere.
Gaming. Yeah. I got nothing.
Katie Turk, welcome. If I didn't say that already.
Yeah, hey, Katie. Very cool.
I have a song stuck in my head. It's driving me a little crazy.
I saw Adam, as aka Mr. Whiskey Shits, has an idea for how to do it yourself. Because he's got small children, but but it's him. So I don't think they can pour the drinks for him.
I have thought about doing that. Just like pouring them, labeling the bottle. Even putting, labeling it and putting a pamphlet, like a piece of paper that I tape closed kind of thing.
Yeah.
And then just putting in a box aside and just leaving it for a week or so. And then coming back and being like, well, this box having absolutely completely. I could do it in a day or two. I'd actually forget that quickly. So,
I mean, really, some of my glasses always have a sticker on them because of our blind flights that we do. And this one I think is B. But so you can leave those on and just put a Post-it note on the bottom or something so that you can't see through or whatever.
Well, I realized with Glencairns, I was always worried about being able to see the bottom, but then I do this.
Yeah, so you're staring up at the ceiling anyways. So
I could try to look at the screen, but that would be rather uncomfortable. So
yeah, it's kind of fun to blind yourself because sometimes you surprise yourself with actually guessing correctly, the proof or what brand or whatever it is kind of thing. So
all I'd ever do is just put some of my favorites. So I'd just be like, oh, my favorites, and just randomly mix them up and kind of find out which I like the best. Because you said, you can't really get a real solid, I like this better than that when you have that many, but you can at least figure out for that moment in that example, you can find out what kind of came out on top. I don't want to call it a winner because they're all winners technically.
Yeah, it's if I enjoy it individually by itself, then we're good. Also, yet again, I've been Wild Turkey 101 is friggin' good stuff.
Oh, it is.
It's funny. It's funny having it right after the Eagle Rare because the spice is kind of exacerbated, emphasized, I guess. Is the word I'm looking for?
It's powered up.
Yeah, after something so sweet and lower proof, obviously, like the cinnamon and proof in this kind of kicks in more. It's yummy.
Yeah, I feel it on my tongue.
Yeah, it's yummy.
It is yummy. I put it in an aquavita glass and thankfully it didn't explode. So
I only have one like branded glass, and it's the Women of Whiskeys.
That's one I will never have, apparently.
Yep, it's exclusive.
I'm okay with that. Oh, there was one way I could get it, but I wouldn't. I told my mom about that channel. She doesn't drink at all. That Facebook group. I was like, if you want to join it, you can, but I don't know why you would.
Won't do much good, but bourbon. Bourbon's calling me out because he sent me some rye samples, and I was literally digging through them, like kind of organizing some samples yesterday. Oh, when I was looking for this Chattanooga. Oh, I gave
spoilers.
I'm like, oops. But and I saw those and I was like, I should really like sit down sometime. So maybe on Livewire Whiskey sometime I'll try some ryes. I'll be in a really good mood and be willing to do a mini rye flight. So
you're definitely keen on doing the whole I don't know how to call Brady Bunch setup when there are numerous people on the stream. I can't. I'd like to, but I can tolerate. Tolerate, is that the right word? Handle probably sounds better. Handle just doing the stream on Scotch Down. No. Yes.
Yeah, Scotch Down Under Whiskey Trek.
Good. I started saying it. I'm like, is that right? Have I forgotten? Yes, the Whiskey Trek thing. I can handle the 2 hours, and even then, you'll note I do not say a lot. I wait until everyone's finished talking, so that way I don't interrupt anyone by accident, and then I wait until the end because it gives me plenty of time to try to organize my pinball brain and say things possibly correctly, sort of ish.
But you always come up with like the direction that nobody thought of it as kind of thing, which for me is always like really cool because it's like, oh, that didn't even occur to me. And like, it's just like so unique and out there. It's like, oh, we were all like, yeah, we're thinking along these lines. And you're like, fuel.
Yeah, that was interesting yesterday. I was like, oh, you mean like the Borg would assimilate it and use it as a thing, like a fuel source in my head. That's what they would do.
Yeah.
But everyone else, it was blends. And I was like, well, that makes sense too. Why didn't I ask?
Yeah. So for those who don't know, Scotch Down Under does Whiskey Trek for all the Star Trek fans out there. So we talk Trek and whiskey, and it's super fun for Trekkies. Probably boring for anybody else.
I mean, if it says Star Trek thing, you should know what you're getting into.
Yeah.
The only thing I've enjoyed more is that we're focusing on whiskey and also Star Trek without going down the road that many other Star Trek things do, where they start to debate what's best and what's worst. That's happened a few times where, people have strong opinions about Star Trek occasionally. And for me, it's just same thing like with whiskey. It's like, whatever you like is cool, man. Whatever you like is good.
It's not wrong to enjoy, to have these taste buds versus different taste buds.
Also, I try to, what's the word here? Hold on. There we go. I have enough negativity in my own head. So I try to, very hard, I try to do positive things or thoughts and try to lead things in that direction because it's very easy for me to go the other way. It happens all the time.
Yeah.
But it's better for me overall to get the conversation in a more positive thing. Yeah. People get more enthusiastic. Like, again, with whiskey, people get very enthusiastic about what they enjoy.
It's way more fun when somebody really likes, the thing that you like or whatever. So
their whole tone changes.
Yeah. Although sometimes it's fun, like if you really if I really hate Sazerac rye, and I meet somebody else who also really hates it, then it's like, yay, we can trash talk it together and I don't have to feel guilty.
Exactly.
But there is that.
Yeah, there has to be a self-awareness though. You don't like it. You actually, you hate it. And you're adamant about it, but you're not like, God, this stuff's like, you should never drink this. It's terrible. It's like, no, you try it and you tell me what you think.
Yeah. Yeah. What I don't like is like when people are like, if you think this is good, you're stupid. It's like, what? What does that have to do with anything?
What does my intelligence have to do with my taste buds? Explain.
Somehow these are related now. Yo, Klein is here.
Where? What? Who? When? Oh, God.
What?
This gentleman has quite a few bottles of whiskey, I hear.
Yeah, he was one of the ones I was thinking of as far as
yep.
having enough to make it actually look nice.
Yeah, I thought of him, and I thought of Hot Butter Rolls, and I thought of It's Bourbon Night immediately because they have like literal libraries and lighting setups.
Yeah, it's funny because Klein's, I think about it all the time because like when I get a new shelf for this, I want to paint like the background green and have the shelves white kind of thing. So it's like not as dark and meh as a lot of times the setup could be. And I'm like Klein has, where it's like yellow in the back, so it doesn't just all kind of blend together and be too dark kind of thing.
Scott's Down Under, that's another one.
I dig it. Oh yeah, he's got the whole lighting. He can change the colors, and he's got the hookup. So yeah.
Now we just need to tell Destination Bourbon, you know what? You should send us both lots of whiskey just so we can try things. I hear that a lot.
Well,
I'll ask Destination Bourbon. You like Blanton's, right? Am I getting that wrong?
He does like Blanton's.
Okay, good. Yeah, I've only had a couple of Blanton's, and I've had the tiny bottle, which now I can't find. Where'd it go?
Because him and Jason and somebody else, I remember, did a flight where they were guessing. I think that Hindo might have sent, and I think Jason guessed that one was based on the look on Klein's face that confirmed it was the Blanton's.
Yeah, I have this. This is the Blanton's I've tried. Tiny little bottle. Tiny little horsey on top.
Yeah.
And I think I've had a sample once, but I've never.
I have a bottle.
I've never had the higher proof stuff or the single barrel stuff. I think that is a single barrel. I have no idea what I'm talking about. Anyway, I've had that. That's it.
Are you like me, where you have a tendency of, if it's one that's too hard to get and too out of your realm, that you just don't even bother knowing much about it because it's like it's not in my I don't know.
It's out of my reach.
Ability.
Yeah, it's something like that. Like if I have a limit in my head of $40, because I shouldn't be buying anything above $40. I shouldn't be buying any whiskey technically, but I do. But that's usually the cap for me. It's like if it's more than $40, one, I probably can't afford it. Again, I can't afford it anyway. But after that, there's kind of a decline in my head. It's becomes more of I have to understand things about it. Like age, especially, is where I can understand the price because it's just limited itself from how long it's been around, kind of.
Right.
That's why I like Eagle Rare so much, because the price is okay. It's like $35 for me. While in other places, funny enough, it's really hard to find.
Yeah.
For Blanton's, I just don't see it around. I've seen it. I saw one for $100, and I went, "Yep, no."
I see it every now and then here for $60.
Yeah, that's where I would see it and be like, maybe. No.
Yeah. So yeah, we got one. Just it was there, so Nick grabbed one so that we could have tried it, know what it is, and it was a reasonable price. But
yeah, what's the word? Always I forget. It's not even a word. MSRP? No. Yes.
Poor Klein. He shows up and everybody starts talking bland.
Yep.
Starts talking about how
he's infected the chat. What have you done?
How have you done? Why are there numbers? Oh, Whiskey Samurai gave 1 through 57. Do you have your stuff like number coded? I
don't. I think he does. That's probably what that is.
Yeah.
Oh, he's saying what should I pour, and he's got a list.
Right.
Of stuff.
41.
I'll say 7.
So both 7 and 41.
And we have a 66 and a 13 and a 24. I don't even like football. I just know that's the thing. Old Scout it is. Okay, there you go.
Oh, there
we
you
have
go.
a winner.
I haven't seen that.
Whatever number that was.
Almost done with my wild turkey.
Yes, me as well. And it is glorious. I definitely like having this as a default.
I feel like wild turkey is kind of your Nom Creek. Like that's your balanced one that you can constantly go to, and it's good. You know it. You love it.
It's literally the marker. Like for the handle here, it's $40.
Yeah.
That's why that's where the marker is, because I know I can get something like a giant thing of it.
Yeah.
That much for $40, and it'll last me a very long time. I've had that for months.
Doug H is having some Knob Creek 12. Yes. I feel like I keep kicking the table that the mic is on. Sorry for strange noises. It's just me being short.
I am a plethora of strange noises. It's I used a fancy word there.
Okay. Is it the red one next?
Mm-hmm.
Which is not much of a surprise for anybody.
It could be red spot.
Almost broke the big bottle, but I didn't.
It's hard to break these bottles, I would think. Yep. Boom. We're just going up and up in proof, folks. It just keeps going higher.
Yeah, we're doing a flight, but it just up in proof order.
Can you take me higher?
Oh boy, did HBR come in or something?
No, but I was thinking about him just now. So
about his Beauty and the Beast shelves.
Yes.
All I could think when I first saw that with the ladder, which is the dream, having the ladder was just Beauty and the Beast, and I was like, oh, it's like Beauty and the Beast and Bourbon had a baby, and it's.
You just wait for Belle to climb up and do one of these, or she just flies while singing, which is perfectly safe, and she definitely wouldn't fall off doing that. This smells gorgeous, by the way.
Some old librarian being like, "But you've drank that 15 times.
But you've read it 3 times already. But it's my favorite." Well, if that's the case, you can just keep it. Thank you very much. And just leaves and starts singing in the street about bakeries, and there's actually there's a song version of that. I forget what it's called. Oh God, what is it called? It's hilarious.
You're the one with the good voice, not me. I'm not gonna sing.
Oh, I could hear that on your end when I did that. So I better, as long as I keep it down here, it's fine.
Well, that's where it is. Okay.
Yeah, if I go up high.
I also might have accidentally pushed the mic closer to the computer. So
I think it's Beauty and the Beats.
Oh.
It's hilarious. I'm checking now.
This I don't know. Did you see the new one, the Emma Watson one?
I don't think I did.
It's
I've heard
the live action video
I've heard
movie.
Some of the songs.
It was good. I enjoyed it. Beauty and the Beast is my dad's favorite Disney movie. He used to cry like every time.
It's understandable.
Which to me, like Lion King is Fox and the Hound. Here you go, y'all. Listen to Disney movies. Yes. It's sad Disney movies, but Fox and the Hound. Who decided children would enjoy just having their hearts broken 5 times?
All I have to say is Bambi. That was interesting as a kid.
Yep, that one's pretty messed up. Yeah, if you think about it, a lot of Disney movies have some screwy, heartbreaking messages.
If we're going down this rabbit hole for a minute, there's also, what else is there? I just had it, and it disappeared from my brain.
Y'all are welcome.
Yes, this is my channel. We talk about whatever happens to cross our paths in this moment.
Oh, Princess and the Frog is good. And again, super sad. Her dad died, and that's why it's her dream. And that one gets you. I haven't even watched Coco yet because it's.
Oh, Coco's amazing.
I know.
It's so sad it's so sad, but it's great. It turns out all for the best. There's still a sad part. Yeah. I'm not gonna say when, but good grief, that is a wonderful movie.
Yeah,
I watch it every October. That's become a thing now. It's like Nightmare Before Christmas and Coco. Or is it November 1st?
Moana is my like more recent Disney movie that I love. So, and it's not sad. So
it gets pretty close.
It gets close.
Yeah, the part with her
grandmother.
The nightmare she had. Yeah, her grandmother, that broke my heart. And also the nightmare she has with the possibility of everything just getting absorbed by this black darkness.
Oh yeah.
Darkness and just that's a little scary for kids, but okay. But also The Rock is in it, so that's hilarious.
Robin Hood and the Rescuers. Oh, also Lin-Manuel Miranda wrote all the music for Moana, so it's me.
Oh, did he? That would explain a lot.
Yes, that's why it's so good. And he sings some of it. But Ben Demon Hunter said Robin Hood and Rescuers Down Under. Loved those movies, especially Robin Hood. Me and my stepfather would quote Robin Hood all the time as a kid. Like, good movies.
All right, to step back slightly, it is Beauty and the Beat, but I can't find the actual original source. So,
dang it!
For all 20-something of you that are in here, you can do a YouTube search or a Google search. See if you can find the actual source because I hate finding stuff where it's, it's the video they produced on someone else's channel with like the only thing that changed was the intro. It's like, this is a great thing. I put it here so everyone could find it, kind of thing. And it might mention them. But
yeah, I'm gonna have to look
forget
it
who
up
actually
after
did it.
this.
Oh, it's hilarious.
I got distracted, and I don't know if it counts as distracted since it was by whiskey, but by the nose on this, it's just always so good. But I cannot figure out like the dessert item that it reminds me of, and it will forever drive me crazy.
For me, what comes to mind when you said that, you said dessert, it was kind of creme brulee-ish with some kind of fruit on top, and I'm not sure which one. Maybe I'll say cherries because I get cherry off of Maker's Mark a lot.
Oh, see, I actually get like, so I think the last time I had this, what kind of comes to mind is like banana bread or like, I've never had caramel Foster, or banana Foster, whatever it is. But it's what I imagine it's like, but I'm not totally sure.
No, banana is something I get distinctly from Jack Daniels, the original Jack Daniels.
Yeah. For me, it's like a different kind of banana-y smell, like a very sweet banana-y. But I totally get what you're saying with the creme brulee, 100%.
I could see what is it? Like a really ripe banana kind of thing. For me, like if I wanted to stretch and say banana, I'd say a really ripe banana kind of smell.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I can see where that would transfer into banana bread because that's one of the things you're supposed to do. You're supposed to have ridiculously ripe bananas to where you probably can't eat them anymore, and then make
right,
bread.
Yeah, and that's what I'm thinking, which is funny because I don't like banana bread.
I'm not a fan of bananas either. That's why you said it. I'm like, well, thankfully that's not the case for me.
Yeah. That's always like my issue with a lot of notes is either it's something that is a food I don't like, so it's hard for me to remember what it is, or it's something that is food I don't like, and I'm just 46 castrate.
The French oak stuff.
We're working our way up. We've done Elijah Craig. We've done Eco Rare, 100% not Elijah Craig,
No.
And Wild Turkey 101, and now we're having
46
castrate.
I just showed it on the screen. I've done that a million times. I had to check when you got stuck. I'm like,
like, wait, what?
I'm not sure all of a sudden.
Maker's 46 castrate.
Yeah, I like the French oak smell. I feel like that's familiar to me because I've picked it up before. I think it was in, what the hell was it? Balcones? Balcones? But they had a French oak. I got a French oak sample, and I got the same thing because it was, French oak.
Yeah. See, I haven't had any Texas whiskey. I'm not sure if I want to from the very mixed thing. It sounds like it just needs
all the more reason to try it, in my opinion.
Adapting to.
If you get many different opinions, it's like, well, there's only one way I'm going to find out, isn't there?
Yeah.
The one I would recommend, of course, because I'm biased, is if you're ever in Texas, go to Crowded Barrel and Andalusia. That place is really nice too.
Yeah.
And they have a peated option, which I think you dig.
Speaking of, I dig this one.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's nice and spicy.
Right? It has like a lot of nice, like strong baking spice notes. Like,
indeed it does.
Yums.
It's good. I like.
Rose Beta. Oh, Beta as in versus VHS. Yeah, I watched all these Disney movies on VHS.
I have some VHS. That's why I feel kind of older sometimes.
Yeah. My mom still has hers, but I think actually all my VHS players are just at her house. I mean, VHS tapes.
I have a collection of VHS. I have a whole bunch of DVDs because once upon a time that was the only way you could listen to music, and there are cassettes as well. And
Oh yeah. Actually, just the other day I was thinking about how I almost wish that my Jeep had a cassette player instead of a CD player, because you used to have that cassette that had the cord, so you could hook it up to like a MP3 player or like the old iPod or whatever. And you can't do that with a CD for your phone. So it might include this like sketch. I got all
technology, because Star Trek and stuff. But I found out about this Bluetooth thing I could plug into what it used to be is just for cigarette stuff. Now it's used for powering phones and such. So I stick that in there, and the Bluetooth of my phone will connect to that, and I can listen to Spotify on my radio in my car.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It's neat. I was like, oh my gosh, thankfully I can finally just listen to everything. Everything I like all in one place. Sponsored by Spot? No, definitely not sponsored by bourbon. I do not have any illusion. I didn't get to pick up any bottles when I went there in 2019 because I already had 2 bottles I got from Crowded Barrel, which will be the case whenever I go back, possibly October. And I really did like their stuff. I even got my picture taken with the guy who runs the place, whose name is. I can prove it. Hold on, if I can find it.
Oh, for a second I was thinking Crowded Barrel, and I was like, Daniel and Rex.
No, those are going to be hard for me to forget. Those are the guys who helped me down my whiskey path.
Yeah.
I was very fortunate that I just started getting into whiskey just when they had started making content, because I have no idea what kind of route I could have gone down in life without their assistance. I would have never made a video or anything about my whiskey experiences at all, and I would never have been part of this crazy community of people.
Right?
Absolutely madness.
Which is a ridiculously awesome community. So I think it's funny. Ben Demon Hunter is saying that his wife's car doesn't have CDs, only the music off your phone.
Wow.
And
it's a newer car then.
Yeah, my Jeep has does not have power locks or windows. Like everything is, you push the lock and you roll the window. So we have different cars. But I love it because I don't have to worry about those things breaking.
Yeah, I remember those. I definitely got, I want to say I have a newer car. I do not. The car I have is 2007, but it does have the fancy bits. Like it has the automatic locks, the fob thing, and that's just amazing. Yeah. Because with my brain being the way it is, there are times when I go out into the parking lot, I'm like, where? There. I'm over there. I knew it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's handy. My Jeep has like a roof rack, so it makes it easier for me to spot. It kind of like sticks out above a lot of cars. So, yes. Nick just got home. Yeah, she needs to go out.
Okay.
Okay.
So if you hear the dog running around, that's because she's excited.
There you go.
So that Popeye's home. But, yeah.
What's funny to me is if
Dan.
I picture this in my head, and probably not a good thing, but I picture like the husband coming home and the wife's sitting there like, oh, hi, honey. And then what's the name of your dog?
Hammy.
Kill. And the dog just rushes up and slobbers all over him. And I don't know why I have that image in my head, but it's there.
I love it, Kill. That's great because when I was, in high school, like construction workers kept going through our backyard. And we had this outdoor dog, and he was just a little mutt, and he was a terrier mix kind of thing. And was only outdoors, never was inside, and never listened to commands or learned any kind of commands or anything like that. And the construction workers kept walking through our backyard, and my stepfather was annoyed about it. So one day he was out there and he's like, Tuffy, sick him. And for whatever reason, that was the command that Tuffy had decided that he was going to learn that day, and just went after this construction guy. It's defiant.
The dog had probably been just waiting for that moment, just having people going through the yard. It's like,
He's like, yes.
The owner's just like, do it. Yeah, finally.
Of course, you could just kick him away, and he wasn't going to do a lot of damage, but
never know.
It was random.
I've seen rabbits that do a lot of damage to people. I'm thinking Monty Python.
I was looking at that. I was like, I think that's just in one movie.
Yes, it is. But it made a point.
But yeah.
Small creatures are dangerous. I will find this damn picture. Where the hell is it?
True. Never trust small people.
They're definitely more aggressive for some reason. Like big dogs can be aggressive, but little ones, they think they are 10 times their size.
Yeah. In high school, I was sometimes called a chihuahua. So I'm short and feisty.
There you go. I was about to ask, like, you must be short.
Yes, I'm very short. Quite short. I'm under 4'10".
Oh, there you go.
So
that's going to be one of the funny moments when the Whiskey Tube community start meeting in person. It's like, I didn't think it would be that tall. I thought you'd be taller in person. That'll be topic of conversation. Sheesh, hello.
She's so tiny. I like that Kira's moved on from Scotch to PBR. It was a little bit of Ghost, but
sounds about right.
Cheech, what's up?
Born there. Did I say hi to you? Hello. I can't keep track of everything.
Mr.
Mike Franklin. Oh.
has met me in person and can vouch.
Libation exploration. Hello. So hard to say hi to everyone. I'm terrified of the day when I just can't.
Right? And then
I don't know if that day will ever come, but possible.
It's good. It's good though. Thank you, Kira. We Hispanic women gotta stick together. I think Kira's on the shorter side. Not as short as I am, but on the shorter side.
You said that, and I thought of someone immediately. Who did I think of? You'd have to watch Lucifer, actually.
Oh, yeah, I don't watch Lucifer.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, I liked it.
Yeah.
But, anything with the devil in it just makes me laugh. But there's a young lady who works at the police department, and she speaks Spanish. That's all I really know. I don't know actually where her origin is from, but she's feisty and she's very friendly. Like she wants to hug everyone for some reason.
Yeah.
But she's also the character who believes in God, kind of thing, and that's like the thing through the whole thing, which isn't surprising. I mean, I don't want to stereotype, but that seems appropriate. Correct me if I'm wrong. I have no idea.
Catholicism and Hispanic tend to go pretty strongly together, especially in the origin countries. So there's that. So it's just like catching up on the chat.
It's hard to do.
It's like
I'm trying to look for a specific picture, talk to you, look at chat. Go.
Hot Buttery Rolls. Hot Buttery Rolls is here. That's cool. I did not realize this. But also his grandma was his abuela was 4'9" and Hispanic. My abuela is 4'7" and I am 4'9" and 3/8. So short people unite.
HBR also, his mother has a restaurant, right? I think she does.
Curious, short.
Because I just want to go there and eat food someday. That was the one thought I had. It's like someone I know, knew to in a way, has a mom who has an own restaurant. I just want to go there and try it and say hi to their mom because that sounds awesome.
Yeah. That's always. I actually. So I got into like Middle Eastern food and really liked it. So in college, I took Arabic.
Oh God!
Because I wanted to go to Lebanon and get Lebanese food. Like that's the reason. I love Arabic. I also think it's a beautiful language. It's super cool.
It's an interesting motivation. I'll give it that.
It was very awkward on the first day when he was like asking everybody, so, why are you taking Arabic? And some people are like, oh, I want to, go in the FBI, or that they have, Middle Eastern background or whatever. And I was like, I like your food. Yep. So that's about it.
I can only relate to that in the Japanese, the language. There we go. Because one, I've watched a lot of anime in my day, which feels weird now that I'm 40, but that's all right. And so I've seen a lot of the food and cuisine that they eat there, and it's just always been kind of interesting to me. So there are little things I've picked up over the years, like Ohayo gozaimasu, which is like good morning, and what's the other one? Itadakimasu. They say that a lot before they eat. And there's one more that's in there somewhere. Hold on. Yosumi nasai. Oh, Yosumi nasai. That's good night. So those have stuck in my brain, and I've had a random interest in like sushi and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And the urge to go to Japan someday because it sounds like an amazing place to be. A lot of history and culture and such. And I would be completely out of my element and just like, hello, pale polka dot man here. How are you? That's nice. I don't understand a word you're saying. Nice to talk to you.
I'm sure it'd be amazing to visit, though.
It would.
Hot Buttery Rolls just said that is the purest reason I could think of to learn a language.
Yeah.
It's very stomach driven.
That's perfect reason to want to do that. Like I said, with the Japanese culture, other than liking anime, just the way they present food in the anime I watch, it's like, oh God, why? I want to go there.
It's like, it looks
everything.
So
I like just ramen itself. It's like, well, okay.
Yeah. It's like, I'll take it all. Hey, Tito.
My other things. I think my mother mentioned in the last stream I did. Oh, I don't remember. We went to this really amazing restaurant called Nobu, Japanese cuisine. It was amazing. And that was in Vegas. But that was as close as I've gotten so far to actual serious Japanese cuisine.
Yeah.
That was pretty damn
good. I'm gonna have to try that. We're hoping to go to Vegas sometime. That'd be cool.
I want to say it's nice, but then the immediate knee-jerk reaction in my brain is like there were a lot of people there. It was really crowded. There were these nice ladies who would come up and talk to you, and that was a little awkward. But one of them came up to my dad. That was funny. I didn't know until he told us, but we left him alone for all of 2 minutes. Some lady talked to him, and it's like, my wife is right over there. She'll be here any minute. We left. Funny enough.
Yeah.
It's an interesting environment.
Yeah.
And it was certainly interesting to see all. I went there and I barely touched the casino stuff. I didn't do much gambling at all. I think I gambled at the airport.
Nick has gone a bunch of times, but we went there once a few years ago, and that's the only time I've been. And I loved it. I had a blast, but I do not gamble. I spent zero, like one evening for maybe an hour I gambled. I was like, all right, I'm really bored by this. I cannot. So, yep.
I actually have a casino maybe 2 miles from my location. I haven't gone in over a year, for reasons. But when I do, well, I got my second shot in the arm recently, so I got a couple weeks before I can actually go there at all. I'll still wear a mask and everything, but it's been kind of sad that I haven't been able to go there. I was getting familiar with the bartenders and some of the people who worked there, which was kind of nice. Trying to get free drinks. I mean, to enjoy. No, it was also the therapy. What was it called? Exploitation. What's the word? Exposure therapy.
Exposure, yeah.
And that's always interesting. But
as in, like, being around a bunch of people.
Yeah, being around a bunch of people, noise, that kind of thing. Even flashing lights and stuff. It's all kinds of weird stuff like that. But also, I usually spend $5 there. So thankfully, I don't seem to have any serious issues there. I've been aware that I have. Like, if I start getting angry at the machine, I'll show you by putting more money.
Oh, right.
I realized a long time ago that's where you need to watch out for that. If you start getting frustrated at that machine, you should really just stop. It's much easier.
Yeah, it's funny because I didn't think I would like Vegas, but I'm obviously more an outdoors and being by myself person.
Yep.
Than downtown.
I can relate.
Being surrounded, yeah. So, but it was fun. Like, I don't know, all the hotels are just really interesting and fun to see, and the Bellagio fountains were like my favorite.
Oh yeah, those were really nice.
Yeah, it'll be fun to go back, and it'll be fun to leave the state of Utah and maybe get some new bottles that we can't get in Utah.
There you go. You can get some Smoke Wagon. Is that new?
Yeah, Smoke Wagon. I've got some samples that I have not tried yet.
Well, I won't spoil it for you, but oh god,
super good. I'm excited.
I really liked it myself, but
so,
different tongue, different person, as we say.
Well, so far we've been pretty, in sync. Look at me, remembering the terms. Looking for. Hi, Pepper. Do not knock over the bottom.
You said in sync, and I thought about the boy band immediately.
Not that in sync. No. The wrong one. The Backstreet Boy wannabes. No.
I can remember all the way back to New Kids on the Block. There's an age statement right there.
Oh yeah. See, that was like just before me, basically.
Yep.
So I was very much a Backstreet Boys young girl. So it was my jam. As is this. It's so good.
It is. I wish I could explain the French oak thing. The only way I can, it's kind of this, to help relate to you, it's similar to...
For people who don't know what we're having.
Yes. It's similar to I think, I don't know if I taste this or smell this, but I guess smell. A campfire kind of thing, the char from a campfire, but somehow like tinged with, I want to say grapes, but that doesn't feel right. It's something a little more powerful than grapes. I don't want to say grape juice either. But there is this fruitiness to it. Maybe it's more like a wine thing if I'm going down that kind of road. Again, not great with wine. So
like almost like a mulled spiced fruitiness kind of thing?
Yeah. There's something really dark and rich about it.
Yeah. Because it's funny when I hear fruitiness, I always think like a light fruitiness kind of thing, like a refreshing fruitiness. But so
apples?
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of refreshing fruits. I'm like, I don't know anything.
I don't orange, lemon. I don't know.
Oranges freak me out.
Or am I just thinking of mojitos and
maybe
Tom Collins?
People usually throw citrus in there, but
No.
for me, oranges are weird because I immediately think of the days when I was playing soccer, and immediately they'd be like, "Okay, halftime here."
Yeah, it's like stuffing oranges down your throat. Yeah,
it's great fun, and I don't like the texture of oranges. Freaks me out.
I don't like all the fibrous-y bits.
Yes, that whole process. It's like, how am I supposed to enjoy eating something that is like this?
Yes, and it takes so long to get rid of the fibrous-y bits enough to actually be able to enjoy the orange that it's way too much work to be bought. I'm 100% with you.
Yeah, I am the type who does enjoy a very slightly pulp, I guess. Only a little bit of pulp kind of orange juice I'm fine with.
Oh, I'm a 100% no pulp.
Yeah, but usually I default to no pulp.
Yeah. No.
Occasionally I'll dabble into the slight pulp, and that's fine.
Nick has had to give up his love of pulp. So
there you go.
As soon as he moved in, I was like, what is this nonsense? Get rid of that.
Get it out. How dare you bring that into my home? It's our home, my home.
Nope, it's mine. There will be none of this pulp bullshit. Especially because I don't really actually drink orange juice much unless it's with coconut rum. So
I don't think I've ever tried that. No,
it's delicious with coconut rum. Highly, highly recommend. My friends in college, when we kind of invented this drink, that coconut rum and a splash of lime juice, and we called it a lesbian Latina, which
I love that.
It's because it was my favorite drink. So actually the local bars like knew it as once I got to know the bartenders there or whatever, knew it as the lesbian
They adopted
Latina.
the name for you.
Sorry for the whole I hate pulp thing. So serial killers ask for pulp. Exactly. Oh no, Kira's a serial killer.
We knew that already. I mean, what?
No wonder. See, I'm into true crime because I'm not a serial killer, but I guess she's into it to learn what not to do.
Oh.
So.
I'm glad she said that on a public platform. Now we know.
Yep. Now you can all be aware. This is
gotta be careful when she sends you samples. So.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be hard. That's one of my biggest fears right there, unfortunately. Because I have plenty of those.
Happy Pride as an ally. Happy Pride.
Oh, definitely. Happy Pride to all, one and all.
Yes.
All people are welcome here of all types. And if you have real issues with that, well,
goodbye.
You're welcome here as long as you don't start to be a dick about it.
Yeah. Do not state your biases.
Differing opinions are fine, but shop.
Never been.
Where the hell? I'm still looking for the picture of the guy whose name I can't remember from Andalusia.
From Andalusia. I was thinking of Beauty and the Beat.
No, that one I gave up on. I tried looking for it on YouTube and was like, you can find it maybe. There's versions of it out there. Yeah. It is called Beauty and the Beat, or Beats, I think.
My computer gets mad if I do too many things at once. Relatable. So I'm getting a new computer soonish. But until then, I'm just going to be gentle with it. And anytime I'm going to go live, I close everything, which is a lot as a researcher because it means you have to close all those tabs. You need all the tabs open.
All the research.
So, yeah. All those tabs that you tell yourself you're going to go back and read that paper. And then
oh, gosh. Yeah. That's a problem.
But if you keep the tab open, at least there's still hope.
Yeah, I have so many tabs open right now on my stuff, and
it's like
I just leave them there until I realize months later.
Yep, I mean even on my phone,
probably not going to go back to that.
Once I found out on my phone that you could have multiple tabs open on Google Chrome, I have 42 tabs open I think right now. Mm-hmm. They're all necessary. Every now and then I swipe through them to see if I should close them. I'm like, nope, I want to come back to this.
At long last. Well, it took me 30 minutes. I have a song stuck in my head again. Damn it. This one pops in there far too frequently. It's what the hell is it? The Newsies.
I have not listened to the Newsies. I need to listen. Speaking of musicals, though, In the Heights is coming out very, very soon.
Is it?
For those who don't know, it's coming out June 11th. So write that down. Put it in your calendars. So
one thing stuck in my head that I have as it will be out soon thing is the Loki thing.
Oh, I was not aware of this.
It's coming out this week, I think. Soonish.
So do a double feature and watch that and In the Heights, because that's the other musical written by Lin-Manuel Miranda.
There you go.
So
what did I? Oh, I feel like I said this earlier. I feel like I did. No, I don't remember because
it's a me, Mario. I don't know who Mario is, so I just filled that in with.
It's a me, Mario.
See, nobody can read that and not think that.
Oh, if you have Netflix, give Bo Burnham Inside a watch if you like music stuff and have a sense of humor. You have to have a sense of humor. If you don't, it might not be the best. But
Bo Burnham Inside.
Yeah, he's a YouTube guy. He does music comedy stuff.
Maybe no.
It's pretty damn funny. It's basically him going insane over the past year because he was stuck inside.
Oh.
And he just made like this creative madness all by himself, and it's hilarious. I've only watched half of it, so the rest of it could be terrible. But I thought
so you can only vouch for the first half.
This is where we're considered influencers because we say, I liked this. You should look at this thing.
You should go do this. Yes.
Definitely. I don't feel like one, so
yes. Except I pretty much like Lin-Manuel Miranda, Star Trek, and Knob Creek.
Like how you say Miranda.
So yeah.
Miranda.
I
know I'm not very good at tongue-trilled stuff.
It's a me.
It's a me, Mario. Hey, Luigi. I probably shouldn't do that. Although, no. The brain goes in interesting directions. It's like, you're a white man. You can insult everyone by accident. And that's like Italian. I'm like, oh.
Oh, yeah.
But also, it's Mario. Come on.
But like, it's just quoting a very classic Nintendo game. But if it is like, problematic.
It's similar to, and correct me if I'm wrong, but there was a cartoon, Speedy Gonzales.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, and there was a time they were going to shut down. Like, no, this is racist. You know, this is an insult to Spanish and Mexican people all over the world. Yeah. And then Spanish Mexican people were like, no, we love it. I don't know what accent that was, but that was still Mario.
I was going to say, I feel like you went back to Mario.
I did. I was like, where's the Spanish? Oh, hold on.
Oh, shit. You're going Italian again.
Yep. I just slipped right into Italian.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what the consensus is on Speedy Gonzales. Because he's Mexican.
Yes.
It's not like personally offensive.
No.
Kira, are you still in the chat? How do you feel about Speedy Gonzales? Because obviously you represent all of Mexico.
Yes, all of her is.
Hot Fire Rolls. Thoughts? You might be aware. I really have never thought about that or heard anything about whether that became.
I have plenty of useless knowledge in my brain.
Not going on.
Yeah. Nick is also wearing his Bourbon Night shirt and telling me it's not going on.
They are not.
We are all wearing his Bourbon Night to
found that out about 10 minutes before this started, and I went, well, I'm going to do a longer stream, apparently.
Yes.
I did it. Oh, God.
Good. But I feel like I need to pour my chat. I'm like enjoying my makers, but also recognizing.
Oh, it's so good. I purposely put the sample pack I got, which I think you're aware of. I got, people donated to the channel and helped me get it because the damn thing was $100, $99.99. Yeah. And it's not something I could afford. People were generous enough to donate and help me get it. And I keep it in the box with stuff on top of it because I don't want to drink them too quickly. And I will if they're just lying about.
Yeah.
Especially this one and the cast strength and the private select that's in there. Oh, they're all delicious.
Yeah. I love the private select that we have. Like Utah did a holiday one. And I really like it.
Woo. I drank a lot of that at once. I didn't realize. It's like, it's almost done.
The proof and that baking spice combo. I'll get you.
It's like a gingerbread man punched me in the face.
He was one of the first Mexican superheroes.
Right, I want to do this real quick before I forget because I spent 20 minutes just trying to get this set up. First, I'll show you the lighthouse place I was thinking of.
Oh, yeah.
I hope this works. There we go. It's near the water. Nice view.
Oh, that's gorgeous.
It's a lovely little spot. I can see myself sitting somewhere near there and doing a video.
Yes. Yeah.
And then the guy's whose name I still can't remember. This is when I met him in 2019, before I got the mustache under control.
Oh my God. I was like, didn't recognize that was you.
I know. It's just because I have that hat still. That's the only reason I know. I still forget his name. It's in there. It's somewhere in there. But he's the guy who basically owns and runs Andalusia in Texas.
Oh, okay. That's super cool that you got to freaking meet him.
Yeah, I was right next to the still. I think he was distilling vodka at the time or something. But still, I stood by the still. So still. I had to stop saying still.
It's funny because so anytime somebody says Andalusia, like I don't think the whiskey. I think because Andalusia, Spain, is top of my list places that I want to go. Like I could travel anywhere. That's the top of the list. Like I've been to other parts of Spain, but not Andalusia, and I'm like, I really want to go there. So it's like first that, and then it's like, no, they're talking about Texan whiskey.
Yeah, in Texas it's Andalusia.
Oh right,
Andalusia.
And
you have to shift gears and
like wait, go back to that South Carolina accent. It's like I think I have to like prep my lips to say balcones, because I just say balcones. Balcones is like
balcones.
It's balcones.
I can just shift into my southern thing. Hold on.
Balcones.
We got balcones and we got Andalusia. They're real great. I like it.
No, it's Andalusia. Like the I should be pronounced. No.
Andalusia.
Unacceptable. Schlong is telling me to take it easy.
Unacceptable.
Why? Because I demand proper pronunciation.
Pronunciation.
Wasn't that the name of the guy in Shocker? Well, it turns out everybody that we have represented in chat, at least, is pretty cool with Speedy.
I think that's the thing. I heard the rumors. Again, I always have to tell myself, you are a white male, your opinions on things of this matter are, let's say, skewed. So whenever I hear something like that, it's like, well, I have to ask, but it feels a little weird to ask something like that. But I did like hearing that kind of thing where, the people in charge are like, oh gosh, this is horribly racist stuff. We should take it away. And then the people who would technically be offended by it, are just like, no, man, we love that guy. He's awesome.
Yeah. Yeah. For me, it matters much more what, the people that would be affected say.
Yeah, because for them at the time, it was what's the word? Representation to an extent.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. It was at least like some positive representation-ish.
Yeah. In many different places, especially in the film and I want to say cartoon industry, that feels weird. But in any media that's presented to a broad base, you want to have full representation in a acceptable manner. Wow, that sounded right. Yeah, okay.
Also, Hot Buttery Rolls is totally calling you out on that your Hispanic accent immediately goes Italian.
I have no idea where it goes because it's not something I work on.
You're just stuck on Mario.
Yeah, I have like the Mexican accent I have is not great. If I think about it and trying to do it, hold on. Hey man, how you doing? Sounds great. It's some good shit, man. It's the guy from Ant-Man. That's what I feel like I'm imitating. There's a guy.
I think I know
who helps and picks him up.
Talking about.
Yeah, he picks him up out of jail. He's like, "Hey, man, how you doing?
Yeah, yeah.
So good to see you, man." And he's got this really heavy, like, is that actually how you talk, or?
Yeah,
I really can't tell. So.
Are you purposely overdoing this guy? Yeah, I think of Diego Luna, who was in Rogue One. To me, he's the main character in Rogue One. I have thoughts, but he's like. I love him.
The geekdom is strong with this one.
Yep. I have strong.
I mean, you do science stuff for a job, so that's got to be, you got some pretty hard marks there.
Yeah. No, I love Rogue One. I just have character thoughts. I love Diego Luna's character, but I don't like the female characters very much. So,
I'm trying to think. There was another little bit of outrage for that because they changed a costume for one of the female people. So it was like it actually looked like armor at some point. And then for another like season 2, it was like
oh,
and people were like, hey.
For Star Wars? For Captain Phasma, was it? Or
I don't remember the name of the character, but she also had some drama. I don't want to go down that path.
Yeah, I don't even know.
It was what was it? Mandalorian.
Oh, the one chick. Well, she's gone from the show anyways.
Right? Yeah, it was 2 seasons, and in season 2 they changed her outfit to have like cleavage, and people got a little They of course they're like
you're not
come
truly
on, man.
protected unless your cleavage is showing, obviously.
Like man, you had her wearing what looked like actual armor that someone would wear, and then you're like, wait a minute, boys, watch this channel.
Wait, we need a review. We need to make sure the cleavage is not protected because wait, that
part right where their heart is, we'll expose that. It's cool.
Yeah, it's like if you like it so much, freaking protect it. I want that shit chopped off.
I want ice cream now. Don't do that.
Ice cream.
I don't know what happened. It's really hard to keep up with chat when you're having a conversation with a person and talking about whiskey occasionally.
Right. Whiskey.
Which is what this channel is all about.
Oh, look, we brought bourbon back in by talking cleavage. So now you know the secret. Just yell out the word cleavage every now and then.
We're in a crowded area. We don't know where bourbon went. It's like, I can't find him. You guys see him? No. Cleavage! Hi, guys. What's up? Found him.
Got him. There he is. I think I love the nose of Maker's 46 like even more than the palate. I never wanted to end because I really like sniffing.
That's why I did that. And I was sipping it and sipping it. I'm like, this is so good. And it's like, there's only a little bit left. I might as well I was a lot more than I thought. But still,
it'll sneak up on you. All right, so does that mean we're ready for the one I have never had before?
Venturing into the great unknown for you. For me, this is a familiar thing.
It's something I keep hearing a lot about.
It's such a step away from where we've been that I'm interested to see what's going to happen here. And I think everyone else is too, and that's why they're here. Normally, there aren't more than like 15 people here. So.
They don't even know what that thing is.
Yes, I will show it in the bottle because I know I have the sample. You have the sample. What am I talking about? Yes. Who am I? So for our next pour, this was donated to me as well. So it's not something I could easily get. I don't remember who donated it. Wow, that's always a terrible feeling. You know who you are.
I write it on the back.
I should do that. I should start leaving it on the bottom or something.
Carl and Uta.
That is a smart thing to do. Because I get so many samples and bottles even, which is a thing I never thought I'd say, that my brain is a certain way, and I know this. And I also know that I'm saying this now, that I should do this, and I will forget. So
I'm terrified of forgetting, and I'm a very forgetful person. So I'm must write everything down so I can write it down.
Focus, do it.
Chattanooga 111.
Yes. Right. Of course, as soon as I'm going to move it away. But there you go.
There it is.
This is harder to do than you think. My arm is tired.
So we're having that.
I still like the cork on this. I didn't show you it when I took it off, so I'll do that now.
It's mine.
But it's like straight, just the cork. There's nothing else to it.
Yeah, I like that. I like that.
Feels good. It's kind of soft, actually.
It feels very rustic.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think what the High West corks are like, because I always think of High West as like, that old style rustic. I'm thinking of the bottle, but I can't think of what the cork is like.
It's wood.
Oh, it's wood.
The top of it's wood.
Yeah.
The rest of it's cork. How the hell did they do that? Yeah. See.
Yeah. Okay. That's right.
This would be your favorite. This is the double rye.
That's like the most revolting of them all.
I thought when my first taste of it, I was like, this is black licorice crazy kind of thing. Oh my God.
And I absolutely hate licorice.
Yes. I'm not a huge fan, but I found it very interesting. I finished half the bottle, but I haven't touched it in quite a while.
It's funny because I love the High West style. Like their bottles are amazing.
They're talking about your area, aren't they? Kind of.
Yeah, they're 40 minutes away from me.
Yeah. I had a feeling.
They're right freaking here. I drove up before work just a couple of weeks ago to get Nick some special release, distillery release. But
nice.
I want to like them. The problem is the only good thing they make is rye, and I hate rye. So it's a problem. And their bourbon is crap. Although I've not had any of their finished single barrel bourbons.
There's an expensive one. Was it the Boo Rye? No, you wouldn't like that. It's bourbon.
Actually, I actually do kind of like the Boo Rye.
Okay. I've heard many different opinions about Boo Rye, but most of them seem good.
I actually kind of feel like the Boo Rye is a better transition into rye than a barely legal rye. At least for my palate. I liked it, I think, a bit more than I did Barely Legal Rice. So.
Beep. Something beeped on your end. I don't know what. Microwave?
Oh, I think the oven is done preheating.
Preheated. Dinner time.
So that is Nick going to work. Because on Sundays, normally what we do is, like, he cooks the rest of the week, but on Sundays we do frozen pizza.
Oh, nice.
It's bourbon night. But it's bourbon night. It's bourbon nighting tonight.
It's still bourbon night. Just here, I guess, instead of where it usually is. I'm sure all their viewers will just show up here.
Do you know what the mash bill is on this? Because it says on here high malt. That's why I sent you pictures ahead of time, because I was like, oh, is this a special 111? I'm wondering what
this is kind of what they do. Like all the samples I've gotten. Oh, you know what? It says it right on the back. It doesn't say percentages, but it tells me what's in it. Yellow corn, malted rye, caramel malted barley. I remember this, and honey malted barley. So a lot of barley, probably heavy on the barley, actually.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah,
so it's like a Scotch bourbon.
Kind of. That's why it feels so different. Granted, when I smelled it now, after the few things we've had, I can sense the bourbonness, but still very.
I'm like
still
nervous about this.
I'll be nervous. It's just a whiskey. Think of it like that.
Well, it's one of those, like, I want to like it, but I don't know. Yes, I'm 21. Stupid thing. Sorry, I'm looking up.
Like, of course I'm 21. What do you think we're doing here?
Right? Also,
no, like, I'm not 21. How dare you?
Is there a law that you have to be 21 to even think about alcohol? I don't understand the whole, like, asking you if you're 21 just to even read about alcohol. Like,
yeah, you have to be about 12, probably, unfortunately. As soon as you start watching movies where they're drinking in it, you're like, I want to try that. Even little kids. I've seen hilarious stuff on the internet where a very tiny little girl was getting angry at her father because she couldn't go to the pub. It's like, but I want to go to the pub, Daddy. I'm 8 years or 5. I think she was 5 years old. I can go. I want to go. She was getting very upset because her dad goes there all the time. She just wanted to go with him.
I mean, pubs are fun to hang out at. Like,
they are. If you can find a good one. I like to find good whiskey bars that are not overly crowded.
Yeah. Like a very chill, not popular pub.
Yeah, I know of a couple. It's more the time of day. I have specific times in my head that people are less frequenting places. So Google Maps has become very helpful for that because they have it's very busy or it's not busy.
I check that kind of thing all the time. I'm like, I want to go, but I really don't want to deal with it if there's a bunch of people there. So
yeah, I do that with a nearby Starbucks constantly because it's usually very busy.
I do that with like Target or Walmart. Also because people always think I work there. Like, that
must be fun. It's like, I have no idea. Who are you? Get away from me.
All the time people are like, excuse me, do you know where da-da-da is? I'm like, not a clue.
It's like, nope. I suggest you ask an employee. And I said asked on purpose. Get away.
Goodbye. I bet it is, Sean. So we're both like catching up on chat.
Yeah, every now and then I have to look and be like, oh, I'm supposed to click on things.
Oh yeah, the things.
Sounds gross.
I think that's hilarious.
Yeah,
because I like leather notes. I think the rye will ruin that leather for me. So
this is me actually having to check what my email is. I always forget because I have to. Sometimes there's a 7 and sometimes there's 2 7s and once or twice there's 3. So. Because apparently people have used KillCo before, which is a little strange, but
people have used Whiskey Mountains before.
Oh God, yes. Like people talked about me changing my thing to whiskey musings, and I was like, that's been done, man. And guess what? There's a fair amount of channels that are whiskey and another word.
Yeah, it turns out, yeah, that I did not think about before, but Mountain of Whiskey, I don't think would.
Well, yours was just that made sense. That's what you do. We take whiskey to the mountains. That's
it's my jam. So, but no, what was awkward was one of the first meetings I had with my new boss. I didn't realize the Google account was still signed in to Whiskey Mountains. And so I come into the Google Meet and he's just like, "What is Whiskey Mountains?" And I was like,
It's a mistake that I've made now, and it's a hobby. It's a hobby.
It's a mountain in Wyoming. Because there is a Whiskey Mountain in Wyoming. There's one in Wyoming.
I don't know if that worked. Destination Bourbon, it probably didn't. But there it is, KillCo77@hotmail.com. If you want to get in touch via the emails, you can also get in touch on the Instagram. And I assume that's the same for you, except for the email. That would not make sense.
Yeah, I have a different email. You can just forward them to me.
Yeah, it was yours. Whiskey Mountains at Google, or is it?
It's whiskey.mountains7
at
Gmail.
At Gmail. Okay.
Yeah.
A lot of people use Gmail. I kind of wish I did, but I didn't.
Yeah.
I'm not sure why, and I don't feel like changing it.
Yeah, I got that whole Google thing. I dig it. I'm here for it.
Google's my little hideaway. Like, I have a Google address, but it's just for the random crap I get all the time, apparently.
I don't like the nose on this.
I know. It's a different thing.
Yeah.
That was my experience. I was like, what the hell? And these guys do a lot of weird shit too. They're very experimental.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the samples I was said I've tried a few of, and it's just most of them are okay, but there's one I have somewhere. I probably hid it, so I would never find it again. But it was finished in fig amaro, fig amaro, sure, barrels.
Oh, I've heard of amaro.
Amaro. I don't know how to say it.
I'm not sure.
I am American. I don't know how to pronounce things properly.
I just don't know what it is.
Yeah, it's some kind of thing I'd never heard about. It's some kind of alcoholic product, apparently, and they put it in those barrels, and it was absolutely terrible. But I also had these other ones to try, and it was made by Chattanooga. That was the thing. I seem to like some of their stuff to an extent, but then they have other ones that I have sitting in front of me, finished in honey mead barrels, finished in apricot brandy barrels, finished in maple syrup barrels, finished in it's not.
Oh my god.
Yeah, so that's just the three that I still have left. There are other ones that I've tried variations of. So as far as trying things and being like weird about it, like it's like, why not try it?
Yeah,
that's their kind of thing right now, and it's also Tennessee. So if that means anything, it does. Some people it's Tennessee whiskey. So here you go. We've gone from bourbons to the Tennessee whiskey.
Yeah, that's the thing. I haven't had much or any Tennessee whiskey that I know of.
The first thing that comes to mind for most people, Jack Daniels.
Yeah, I'm like, as long as we're not counting Jack Daniels shots in college or whatever.
Is Dickel one? Why do I feel like Dickel is one?
Dickel is I mean, I've never had Dickel, but Dickel is Tennessee.
Okay, good. I was about to turn around and grab the bottle, but it's one of those little moments where it's like my brain.
Yeah.
Facts.
It's like one of the main thoughts. Okay, so this is technically a bourbon. That's what I was like looking for. Like high malt. Is it 51% corn? Yes. Okay, at least. Yeah. Of course, their website doesn't have the mash bill because websites are stupid.
It's on the bottle, so is that. But
but it just says the ingredients. It doesn't say the percentages.
Yeah, that's the one thing that bothers me.
Anything.
Yes, that's a funny little bit.
It's a pet peeve.
Age greater than 2 years. That could be any time. Greater than 2 years.
Right.
20 years old. I would never know.
Aha, Breaking Bourbon kind of isn't letting me down. It's 75% corn, 25% malt.
Okay.
But that malt is a mix of malted rye, caramel malted barley, and honey malted barley. And those percentages are not disclosed because they're dicks. Because they don't want to tell us for whatever reason.
No, they are not the first distillery to do so.
Yeah. I just like it. It's like my pet peeve when they don't give the percentages, because any other distillery could put the same percentages together in a mash bill and not come up with the same exact thing that they did.
Yep. So that's the fun thing about getting into whiskey is you want the distilleries to be upfront. And a lot of times, unfortunately, they aren't.
It's like if you order something at a restaurant, you want a description, like I hate a menu that just has names of things, but no descriptions.
An interesting little side thing is ever go to a restaurant and see their like whiskey list or beers and such, or the price isn't listed.
Oh,
It's like, man, I want to know. Why aren't you telling me?
Yeah.
I got to pay for it. What the hell?
Yeah. Nope. That is always, for me, that's just an immediate like, all right, well, then I'm not going to order because I don't want to let y'all surprise me. And I don't want to have to ask the waiter for every single one I'm interested in.
How much is this? How much is this?
And then they probably have to go check with the bar. And it's like,
Lord Schlong, that was the bottle. Hopefully you saw that.
Yes, it's this strange high malt 111. Okay, I'll take a sip, even though the nose makes me nauseous.
Okay. At least we have a starting point. This is the what is this called?
High hopes. I don't think I'm a malt fan. So
I know with scotches, I get a weird kind of funk out of what I've assumed is single malt scotch. There's always this weird, funky, cellar-ish slash
like
forest floor thing. I don't know how to explain it real well.
Like
there's always something about it. Yeah, this weird musty thing, and I don't like it.
Yeah. Okay. Husband's in the chat.
No.
I guess doing South Park quotes. I don't know what's happening.
So you've seen every episode 3 times.
Yep.
So that is South Park.
I won't watch it, so watches it without me.
I watched it when I was a young man and found it hilarious then. Now I'm kind of like, well.
Yeah. It's funny because I kind of liked it on the palate. I was like surprised on the palate that I was all right with it. But I think the malt comes in the finish.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't like that malty finish.
I thought about almonds for a second there. That was kind of weird.
You thought of what?
Almonds.
Oh.
I don't know why. That was new. Now your mouth is dry.
I'm like, ah.
Yeah. I was wondering about this one. I was like, you want to try that? Okay.
I know my opinion.
My opinion of it. Yeah, my opinion of it was kind of weird, but it was interesting.
Why didn't you warn me?
It's not my. I don't want to give you a bias. I want to go into the science facts here. Only the facts from your end. only your experimentation. I tried very hard not to do that.
What happened, y'all, is we sent each other our whiskey logs, our list of what we have.
Because we're that dorky.
To see what we could both drink together. And he had this Chattanooga, which I had a sample of, and I've been hearing about Chattanooga. So it's like, oh, why don't we drink that together? And I can, finally try one of these samples. And then we can, have a couple others in common to lead up. That was a mistake.
Well, unfortunately, I've noticed a theme with the Whiskey Tube community is once you don't like something, people are like very keen on sending you things that they think you might like.
Yeah.
So as I mentioned, you have a variety of Chattanooga stuff that you could sample at some point. And most of them are interesting, but some of them are just no.
I think I have a flight of Chattanooga things from Whiskey Wiggle. Not sure. I know he's a fan of Chattanooga, and I think I have a flight from him. He sent me some blind things, and then, which I think I'm going to do next. But also, I think some Chattanooga. And now I'm like, oh, crap.
Yeah, we've spoiled it all for you. You're going to go in blind without a clue. But, you can kind of, at least you have an idea. You have that initial, okay, this is the one I started with, and then you can kind of judge everything else off of that.
And this is the one I think I hear, more about, like seems very common, a more common one. This one, and I hear about the port finished, I think. Yes,
that's one of the newer releases, I believe.
Okay, maybe that's why.
Chat, tell me if I'm wrong, because I love it when people tell me I'm wrong.
Educate us. Oh yeah, hit that like button.
Yes.
Oh wait, actually.
The YouTube overlords demand your thumbs, or that way, or just like and subscribe. Boo Boop is Hannah Hart, if you know who that is. Probably not. Oh, I didn't put the thing back.
Huh? Boop boop.
Boop boop.
Is a person?
No, there's another YouTube personality of sorts, and her thing for a while. She does My Drunk Kitchen, if that gives you an idea of what her personality is like. And one of the things she would say, just for whatever reason, it became just boo boop.
Oh, no. Yeah. I'm always like badooby doobie kind of thing. So
I don't remember why it became a thing, but it is. So whenever you hear boop boop or something, that's immediately what I think of. She's getting married soon, so good on her. She's to her wife. That means anything to anyone. But I'm glad that she is finally doing that.
She's getting married to her wife?
Well, will be wife. There we go.
Okay.
They were supposed to get married last year, but
Oh. I was like,
so wait. In my head, it's already happened, but it hasn't, kind of thing.
Okay. I was like, are they renewing their vows?
No.
I could see that.
They've been living together for a while. And funny enough, her wife has similar issues to me with like bipolar things, which I didn't know about until recently. And I was like, oh, cool. I mean, not cool, but Cool.
Yeah, but
it's nice to commiserate. No, shared experiences. There we go. That sounds better.
yeah. I mean, in a way, it's another form of representation. Like, instead of just seeing people who are all mentally whatever or pretending to be, in a great mental place kind of thing, like, see that other people are struggling too.
Oh God, I've said on my channel before, you probably heard that after the last year, no one's getting out of this without mental problems of some sort.
Right. Yeah.
And my real concern,
more aware of their mental state.
yeah, and my real concern, and this sounds so weird saying it for me, it's like, think of the children. It's like the kids over the past year had to deal with a really weird kind of trauma, and a lot of them at a young age, and it's gonna affect them later, probably.
Yeah.
I'm no psychologist, but that's kind of how it works sometimes.
Yeah, I can't even imagine.
It'll be fun. You'll have a lot of children who are very concerned about washing their hands a lot.
Is that? Yep. I mean, I even felt bad because like my old lab had hired a tech, and he started, I think, like 2 weeks before the shutdown. So he moved from California to Utah for the job. So it was just like he's suddenly in a new place. None of us know him, and working a new job, and this.
Yeah, that's had to be an experience.
Anybody, can't make friends. He's just alone in a new place. I was like, oh, I feel really bad.
Yeah, did I mention the Inside thing on Netflix?
Yeah,
I'm sure he can probably, if he's still there, you can probably let him watch that. He might have a good idea. Yeah. Before I forget, the person who sent me my samples and actually the bottle of Chattanooga was Jacob Enriquez.
Oh, okay. I've seen him in the chats.
Yeah.
Nice.
Good guy.
See? Yeah, read that.
I remembered who sent me something, so I definitely had to say it.
Yeah, before it goes.
Yeah. I definitely had to go check on Instagram and remember talking to him about it. But there it is.
That's one way to do it, yeah. I normally have to like track my emails, but now that I've taken to either taping a piece of paper to say who, or now I got the markers that will write on the glass. It's like, yeah.
I probably should get those, like you were talking about, the stickers for the bottom to do the lines.
Oh, yeah.
But then I can just like put little names. I can't do shorthand. I clearly have to put the whole name or else I won't forget.
Yeah, mine are a little small for that.
But I can't. The problem is I want to reuse a lot of the sample glasses I get. Like wash them out.
If you ethanol them, the Sharpie will come off.
That's true. But the thing is, not people don't always use Sharpie. So we have like this kind of sticker, or with Amy Bohm. These are actually pretty easy to get off. So those are.
I just meant as far as like if you write, because this one it doesn't have it. But since doing this, I now Sharpie.
No, I get what you mean now. I do have one of those. I don't remember exactly why, but I have a black marker.
Yeah.
Sharpie,
and I got like the gold one and a silver one so that it would show up on whatever weird colored sample glass you end up with.
I've gotten a wide variety, and it's kind of awesome.
For some reason, Amazon seems to think everything is light sensitive, and so puts it in amber bottles. Oh, hey, Mashbell.
Lies and slander, Mashbell. I mean, thank you for those kind words.
Right?
Uh-oh, you have another viewer.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Scott Pigsley.
Hello. If I didn't say that. She said it first. Oh, I pointed the right way. That was awesome.
Hey. See, now I'm glad that I like went and pressed publish or whatever, public on that video. So, which I had forgotten to do at the beginning. Bourbon, it is not karaoke time for me. You're welcome. There's not quite enough alcohol in the world for anybody to want to hear that. So, but Brian.
I mean, what? I do have a song stuck in my head, but it's not one I think I know. Hold on.
No, I have Beauty and the Beast stuck in my head, so that's lingering. Thanks a lot, HBR.
I got an old one. It's about Cape Cod, oddly enough. It's literally a very old song. And I don't think I've ever actually been to Cape Cod, or was it P-Town? It's a place. Very popular. Probably really popular this month.
I don't know anything about the North.
Yeah, it's Cape Cod. It's part of Massachusetts, I think. and there's this kind of curved place. You can look it up on a map. Google Maps will tell you. Just look up P-Town or Cape Cod, and there's this one.
So it's called P-Town. It wasn't.
There's a place.
I don't remember.
I think it's called Provincetown, but everyone calls it P-Town because there's a lot of there's a what's the word I want to use here? Hold on. I was going to say gay and lesbian community, but that's not right. It's all the whole thing. LGBT.
Oh, okay. Like a pride.
LGBT, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, everything kind of thing. Yeah. So it's a very pride-oriented place.
Gotcha. Okay.
But I've never been. I've always been curious just to go see the place and see what kind of foods they have and experience that environment.
Yeah.
Not this month because that would be absolute chaos, but in general. It's kind of like wanting to go to Salem, Massachusetts. You just kind of want to go there and feel the place, you know. Although I did go there in October once. That was pretty awesome. So
I think bourbon has the solution, the true apology that hot buttery rolls could do for having this stuck in my head forever. I was there for that. I gotta watch I was editing this freaking video yesterday, so I totally missed it. But I'm gonna watch the replay. Yeah. So I keep hearing about it. It sounds like he was. Can I do that accent? I have no idea. He was kind of talking like this the whole time because, you know, Christopher Walken has a very unique way of speaking to people. It's truly bizarre. It's almost Kirk. It's almost Kirk-like. I was about to say that. I was like, yours is a little quirky. I'm trying to pull away from it, but I'm also trying to think. When was the last time I heard Christopher Walken say anything? You're just like, it's like your like Hispanic accent is Italian. There are too many accents. I can't do them all properly. I can do accents, but where they're from is just up for grabs, basically. Yeah, it just might be the wrong one. It always is. I always assume it's the wrong one. And somehow it's racist. That's where my brain goes immediately. No. I have a good friend who's from India who tries to do accents, and they're pretty terrible and all kind of sound the same. She thinks she does a really good, she has a thick Indian accent, according to an American. She has an accent that is similar to this. I don't know exactly how, but this is just, what is it, Apu from The Simpsons? Yeah. That is all I am trying to do. It's always the extreme. Yeah, it's like his is also like a very particular. So, but her Irish and Russian accents are really bad, but she thinks they are excellent. So she doesn't know how to speak in Mother Russia. Oh, yeah. We cannot have it. We do not like. We will destroy her with our fists. Oh. Also, that twisted a little too at the end there. God. So self-deprecating humor. I get it. Oh boy. Oh shit. Oh, I guess people had. Oh, I guess Teach loves. Oh, hey, Tim Corney's here. Hey. Whoa. I'm so sorry. So the people who are saying that they like Chattanooga 111, do y'all like Scotch? I'm wondering, not that this really tastes like Scotch to me, but just the fact that it has such a high malt. Is your friend named Brian, Audra? No. I mean, yes, one of my friends is now Brian, but I was talking about my friend Deeptha, who, if she ever sees this, will kill me. But one of your friends is on here sometimes. I don't know if that's her. Oh yeah, Corrine. No, she was born in the States. Corrine. See, the only thing I had there is there's a friend who watches and types in chat sometime, but who it is, no idea. Carolina Whiskey Girl on Instagram. Y'all should check her out. There we go. Let me do a quick ad for her. But for those who, sorry, Bourbon, were you one that said? Because I saw Cheech and Tim said that they liked Chattanooga 111. And I'm wondering, just because it says high malt, like I said, it doesn't really remind me of the malt that I get in Scotch, but I don't like it. And again, I liked the palate. Okay, I've taken one sip. This isn't fair. I've just been I really hate the nose. Literally every time I smell it, it's a weird one. No. So you have a whole different dislike now. That's something. You've grown as a person. Yeah, I've grown my It's the finish I'm really not into. Okay, what if I... I was like, I let it linger on my tongue too, because I was like, okay, I'm digging it. The finish ruins the whole thing. Oh, a lot. and it lingers so that it keeps lingering. I mean, keeps ruining. Oh, but I like the palette is the thing. Like it has a nice and definitely a unique palette with like a nice bit of not baking spice and not peppery spice, but I really don't want to take another sip to find out.
There's definitely spiciness to it.
But it's a spice, right? Yeah, on the palate. But like not sure how I would so Tim doesn't like scotch. Cheech, do you like scotch? I'm so confused then. Do you all like the finish on this?
I want to say clove. I'm not even sure what clove tastes like.
That could be it.
Again, that's one of those like random things that popped in my head and immediately I was like, it can't be that. It's like, shut up, just say it. No one cares. Just it's fine.
And it's your taste buds telling you that. So that's what it's reminding you of at least. But I get that like a savory spice kind of thing. Yeah.
The finish does last too, like you said. Still there. It's just like there on my tongue.
It's like, hey, you know how I ruined that palate for you? I'm gonna keep doing that.
Enjoy. You'll never forget me.
Bourbon is asking, what is the taste on the finish that's getting me? Okay. Oh man, this nose just gets worse and worse.
Spin it around like ADHD whiskey does. I'm sure that'll improve it.
I was like, maybe as it opens up, first sip is the worst sip.
I wonder, hold on.
I'm sad that I'm not liking this. I thought I would.
I do get I don't know if it's the smell or the taste, but
bye, Mama KillCo.
Just because I know it's malt. Bye, Mom.
And I know normally this would be ending now, but it's bourbon night.
True. I wasn't even watching the time, but yes, it's bourbon night. Not going live. Tell all your friends who normally watch the show to come here.
Cheech, now I used a fresh glass for each of these drinks.
Yeah, so did I.
Yeah. Because I knew we were leaving, and they're fairly different enough. But I wanted to make sure that as my first experience of something totally new that the
That's a weird one.
The nose.
Sorry, fun noise.
It's like it's like butter mixed with something rotting to me.
I understand that. Funny enough.
I don't want to ruin this.
I was talking about something like this. Yeah, I want to say yesterday. It was for Friday when I did a stream. What was it? There is a giant pile of like mulch, we'll call it, or compost kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And you drive past it sometimes, and it's kind of like that. There's this weird kind of tinge and this sharpness and this weirdness to it because stuff is decaying. So
yeah, it smells like decay and butter. Like not so. It's kind of funny because it's in my head, and Bourbon is saying, I think he's trying to say rotting butter.
Rotten flesh.
Or rotting butter. But earlier on the Women of Whiskey's Instagram live with Kira, I think Kira was saying something tasted like rotted, like butter gone bad or rotten butter. Just like, I don't know what rotten butter tastes like, but to me it smells like butter and decay.
I think your microphone is angry.
Oh no, is it?
It's not serious. It's just this weird fuzzy sound.
Did I
think it's a little better. Might just be me here again. Again, I have headphones in.
If it is wrong, I have two other types of headphones here next to me.
I don't want to freak you out. It sounds like when you moved it away a little, it seems to have faded.
Okay.
I think.
This mic is crap. The stupid stand won't stay in place any way I put it.
What you're saying is it has a personality.
Yes. Maybe it's mad at me for not liking the Chattanooga.
Maybe.
Is the 91 Tim Cornet seems to be familiar? Is the I hope not, Tim, that they're not watching. Is the 91 also a high malt weird blend like this? Okay, good. Thank you. I get very, very paranoid about my mic being bad, especially because I haven't pitched it yet. I have an upcoming fundraiser on my channel for Alzheimer's. I'm going to be doing a big Alzheimer's fundraiser on June 20th. at 9 p.m. Eastern on Whiskey Mountains. That's my channel.
If you didn't know.
There will be a bunch of bottle giveaways. So far, none of that is Chattanooga. But
change. Careful.
Somebody's gonna make me do it. But it'll also be my first time hosting anybody on my channel, so I'm extra paranoid about what mic setup and everything will be, and I just want that fundraiser to go well. But June 20th, it's a Sunday. It'll be right after It's Bourbon Night ends, so 9 p.m. Eastern, and yeah, that's what it is. Bottle giveaways. Be there. I don't. I wonder if the 91 proof is also.
I would have had that, so I can't help you there.
Yeah. If it's a high malt or not. No, it's not quite the rye. Bourbon was asking if maybe there was rye or something. Oh, smell the sample bottle. And Lord Schlong is trying to get me into 500 entries, which would be just insane. I'm just hoping to break, like I do the walk to end Alzheimer's every year. Yeah, I don't like that smell either. Oh, it's like concentrated, the decay smell.
It's delicious. I mean,
so nobody gets like this.
I'd say I can only relate with the decaying mulch kind of thing.
Right? Yeah. And maybe it's like an earthiness to some people. Do people get like an earthiness? But it's funny because I get earthiness on other whiskeys and I enjoy it.
My problem is I never remember what I said about when I tried something, so I'd have to actually physically go back and watch it. That's part of why I made videos, if you're wondering, everybody. Yeah. It's because I don't remember what the hell I said every time, and I don't feel like writing it down because I will just lose whatever I write it on. That goes for typing it down, notes on my phone. They usually just disappear at some point. Okay,
so Lord Schlong is revealing. I wasn't sure if I should or not, but since he's the one. So Lord Schlong is a huge donor for this big Alzheimer's fundraiser I'm going to be doing.
Of course, he's a madman.
Of course. I mean, he's the one person that I like straight out reached out to and was like, hey, would you mind donating bottles? Because he's always an amazing supporter for people. So, but if I hit 500 entries, which would be insane, he will donate a Jim Beam masterpiece. So, I mean, there's going to be like 10 or 11 bottles in this giveaway. So it's like, y'all should come and, donate $5, whatever. Maybe it's a bad sample. I don't know. I have a Chattanooga flight, I think, from Whiskey Wiggle, and that's not who this is from. So maybe later I can try and see if that one gives me the same weird kind of thing. But I'm also wondering if there's just something that sticks out for me in this weird kind of way, because I get like a moldy thing on Sazerac rye that nobody else seems to get, and it's why I hate that one way more than any other rye.
Oh.
Yes, Chattanooga Whiskey 111, Jim Morris. Just go give it the doggy sniff. The fuck is the doggy sniff? I'm smelling it too much as it is, and do not.
You're making yourself suffer at this point.
I know. You see what I do for you people.
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you for the banner.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, thank you. That's awesome.
I was trying to type it when you were talking about it. All I did was go to your video stream, and I was like, well, this is exactly what she said. I'll post it here.
Yeah. So, yeah, I finally learned to translate the time in Eastern because I kept getting hung up on that.
I'm still bad. I know California is 3 hours. That's all I know.
Yeah. So I kind of like to put everything in terms of Eastern time because I feel like everybody kind of knows how things are in their own time zone in reference to that.
So New York time. That's what people like. Standard.
And Rose turned you
from Jersey.
Thank you, Bourbon. Or should I not get the other sample and should I just pour Maker's FAE?
You could do that. I don't have that. Well, I've tried that. I had a sample not long ago. And unfortunately, the cast strength beat it. I think.
I could just pour more of that. I'm just I might save the rest of this for Nick to try. I mean, there's a little bit more of the same. Oh, you can't tell, it's freaking dark. But there's a bit more that he could try. See if he gets that weird same decay note that I'm getting.
People in relationships have pretty awesome things. It's like every time you don't like something, here, honey, this is yours. Enjoy.
Yeah. That's kind of well, it seems like
it works both ways, though. If you like something, you're like, can I try? No.
Yeah. That's 100% me. I feel like Nick is much more likely.
Nope. Question.
Oh, I wonder that too. Tim. Okay, it's in all my video descriptions, but it's also just whiskey.mountains7, like the number 7 at gmail.com. So whiskey.mountains number 7 at gmail.com.
Hold on.
We all pick the number 7. I don't know, but
I know why I did. What's your reason?
I just like that number. Always have, for whatever.
That must be way like me. I was born on July 7th.
Oh, there you go. That's kind of cool.
Yeah. Apparently, everyone thinks I'm lucky. So.
Yeah. No, I don't have a reason for liking the number 7. I just like it. So
that is my reason. I have a reason because that's it.
Tim is supporting me in my desire to just go back to maker. Do you like Brian? How are you liking the Chattanooga?
It's weird. It's weird. I don't hate the smell, but as I said earlier, it's a complete departure from what we've been drinking. It's just complete sidestep. It's not. It says it's a bourbon, but I would never smell this and be like, "Oh, it's a bourbon."
No, and it's funny because on the palate, if I could, well, I guess I could spit it out, but that'd be gross. It's like if I could drink it.
No. If you spit it out, you're a professional. That's what they do. Sip a little and just go plah.
Why can't I get this cork back in? If I could drink it and not have to swallow it, I would enjoy it because it's the finish I really, really don't like.
That is a decent idea. If you have a dog here, smell this. And
you wiggle their nose at it over. You mean like the...
No, I think he means like actually have your dog come over and be like, smell this. And if they go, then it's probably not just you.
Oh, Nick and I do that all the time where we like point the glass at her and she's very much uninterested. Whereas we used to have a cat who was an alcoholic because he was always like, ooh, what is this? So, but Hammy is not, and she's got few enough brain cells. I'm glad that she's not interested in the in alcohol because
I would have to say this does have a malt funk to it. And as I was saying, it does have that weird. It reminds me of a rotting mulchish thing because there's a certain thing that happens when I smell it. It's like something. The only way to explain it is something sharp. Your nose does that.
Yeah.
And it has because I know it's malt. My brain is like, oh, Whoppers. I'm like, well, I don't get any chocolate, but I know what the inside is like.
I was like, Whoppers, like Burger King is my first thought because I do not like malted chocolates or
those malt ball things, the Whoppers malt ball. I don't really like them either. That's why it's in there. It's like I don't particularly like that taste.
Yeah. That was actually something I researched a little before going on Whiskey Crusaders because I know they're obviously very much Scotch people. Yep. And I was like, do people like, if you don't like malt chocolate or malt shakes or whatever, do you not like Scotch or malt, as your strong note in your whiskeys? I don't know.
That's definitely why this isn't a favorite of mine, I think, is because I have a weirdness with malted stuff, I think.
Yeah.
Still haven't nailed that down after 3 or 4 years of doing this, but
I think malt's just a weird thing. Yeah. I'm back. So much better.
Heart rate goes down.
The nose is so good. I feel like I've been rescued. Thank you, Tim.
You could try that next time if you pour a little later and add some water to it.
Oh, that's I never think to put some water in, but maybe that will help with the finish on this.
The only reason I have been able to do that is because I'm on the whiskey vault. Whiskey Tribe.
I can never remember which one is which either, so that makes me feel better because I know you're like, a long time supporter.
It's the same thing to me. That's the problem. Like the Whiskey Vault was the first thing they did, and they didn't even call it Whiskey Tribe originally. It was Whiskey Biscuits, which would make no sense to anyone who wasn't watching them for a long time.
Yeah,
because there was a biscuit war. Again, Completely weird to say out of reference.
Okay, but you're also just making me really want biscuits. So
everyone wants biscuits every day. I want biscuits right now. But I got this for being on their Patreon. They sent this little water dropper thing that has their Crowded Barrel logo on it. So like the only reason I even started doing water to anything is after I got this. It's like, oh, I can actually do this now. And
yeah,
it's just real. It's, you know, sciencey. Like it does. I'll do it.
Yeah.
Probably can't see it, but it just does a little.
Yep. Yeah.
So it's very.
I
easy
wonder
to
if, as a female, I use skincare, and
I do too.
Have those droppers. Okay, cool.
I don't use this kind of thing, but I have lotions and stuff because I found out not long ago, as you get older as a man, you decompose. So if you use stuff on your
like
face and your skin, yeah. But I found out, you know, vicariously, like I feel like a lot of men realize that they can use skincare and take care of themselves better by getting married to someone who's aware of that. But for me, it didn't happen. So found out about it, thankfully, luckily, and I have skin problems to begin with. So
yeah, it's good for you. It feels nice. It does feel not that much extra. Like, yeah. But yeah. No, I just never, and I wonder if malt is more susceptible to to being improved by water, like if whatever
find out in a second
is going to break it up. Yeah, no, I'm curious about the particular first ever homemade biscuits and gravy. Stop talking about biscuits. I don't even want gravy. I just want biscuits. Like a good flaky biscuit with some great jelly is one of the most just comfort foods, and I never eat that here in Utah.
This is one of those moments where we both realized we didn't really eat much before this stream.
Yeah. I'm also like,
I know I'm gonna have another hot dog in a little while. So.
Yep. I know.
There's a fruit note that comes out of it now. I added a little water. Yeah. Which may just be that kind of weird decaying thing getting twisted around a little because it could be like a ripe fruit.
I was like, is it a rotten fruit?
No, but like we were talking about earlier, the ripe banana sort of thing. But this is what fruit? I have no idea. But
Tim, I didn't want to say about because it's funny. I'm confused about. So Tim is pointing out about the rye and not liking the 111 because it's confusing me because there is no. Well, no, there is a malted rye, but obviously we don't know the percentages. You know, but it's just a high malt thing. So I was like, it doesn't remind me of a rye, and yet there is kind of a weird mustiness, I guess, that I get sometimes on ryes too. Oh, it's also subtle that it's so hard to really definitively pinpoint what those particular notes are because nobody eats food that tastes like this, really. Not like Chattanooga.
I will say it's a little tamer now that I've added a little bit of water. We're talking 3 drops.
Mm-hmm.
But
the finish? How's the
I didn't really have a huge problem with the finish, so it might still be as bad for you. It's still there. It still lingers. It's a little spicy. It's a little dry. But nothing that I would hate or dislike. Dislike, hate's a strong word. Dislike.
Yeah, I like.
And I think it's just because the proof gets lower.
I enjoy this a lot. It was the finish that comes back to me as this lingery moldiness. I don't know.
Well, when you go back to it, if you use it again for the Chattanooga lineup, add some water to it, see what you think, because it is a pretty high proof, and that does change things slightly.
Yeah.
In mash bill, we did go over the actual stuff that's in it. I have the bottle, and it does say it on there. At the you said the yellow corn malted rye, caramel malted barley, and honey malted barley.
Yeah,
and we did Adriana. Yeah, Adriana. I think we found out was 75% corn or something.
Yeah, 75% corn.
And then the rest is malted barley.
Malt.
Don't say how much of each, but whatever. Yeah. But thank you for giving us the info. For those who haven't been here, since we've just been getting more and more people.
Yeah. And I also have no concept of malted rye versus regular rye or whatever.
Do it.
Aww. Nick's the cutest.
Did he bring you biscuits?
No. Well, I got him. Why didn't he bring me biscuits? He brought water and a little.
Nice.
Pipette.
He wants you to suffer. I mean, he wants to help.
Okay, I am super curious, so I'm gonna try it.
It could be much worse for you. That's what I'm worried about. I'm like, it's a little different. It's not as spiky. It's not as bad. But and you add water, and it's like it's somehow worse. How dare you?
How did this happen?
Yeah.
Okay, I only added because I don't have a ton in here.
Yeah, like I said, I only did 3 drops, and I actually was probably half of what I would pour. That was less than an ounce, so it's not much. As I said, I add very little water at first. I think 3 drops is a nice leveling point.
Yeah.
Depending. It really does depend on what's in there, but for the most part, 3 is safe.
The nose just vastly improved.
Yeah.
Vastly improved. Like now it smells like a bourbon instead of like something that's making my stomach turn.
That's a good thing.
Wow, that's bizarre.
Mm.
Okay. That's a help. I don't know.
Hi, Bar Whiskey. Hi. Welcome.
Hi, Mike. Is it going?
You can remember names. I'm like, Livebar Whiskey. I probably have heard his name.
It's Mike Stahl. Like, yeah.
Stahl. That's what it is.
Yeah.
If I see Mike Stahl come in here, I'll be like, hey, Mike Stahl. I would totally forget that he's Livebar Whiskey, of course.
And I saw Mr. Whiskey Shits earlier, and always, like, it's the 2 of them on Livewire. But, yeah. And if he calls me Doc, I know it's Mike.
What's up, Doc? Hey, Big League Bourbon.
Hey, Big League Bourbon is here. Chris Ledig. So we are drinking Chattanooga 111. Brian's got the bottle.
Let's see if it'll focus again. Do it.
And it turned out I really didn't like it. So
this is why we left. This is why I left it for last, and I also just conveniently was the highest proof. So
yeah, it was kind of a perfect combo.
I didn't want to destroy your palate.
So yeah. Oh, now okay. So the first smell, I was like, yeah, it smells like bourbon, and now the second smell, I'm like, it smells like scotch.
It is a transformative beast right there.
Yeah, no, as it's like mashing together. Definitely getting more of the malt, but now I'm getting like some, honestly, just youth, like young whiskey smell, and corn.
Butterscotch discs, huh?
Which I guess if it's 75% corn and then malt. Butterscotch disc. What is a butterscotch disc?
I was curious myself. I thought of baking products, oddly enough, like a chocolate. What are they called? Chocolate. The baking disc, the chocolate baking disc, whatever they're called. That's what I thought of, and I thought it was probably a butterscotch version. Is that what he's talking about? No idea. That was my first. That's where my brain jumped to, and it kind of jumps wherever it wants.
It's a Big League Bourbon is in the same wavelength that I was on, as far as like the people who like it. Do they like Scotch or something? Because yeah,
Big League early on, I definitely said, like, out of what we're drinking here, out of what we've been drinking, this goes in a whole different direction.
Yeah. It's all my fault too, y'all, because I'm the one who was like, why don't we try this? Because you have it and I have it.
That was perfect. I was very curious to see how you'd react to this, just because I knew what my reaction was. It was definitely a different experience. I
could see some dark chocolate, like just straight up cocoa powder kind of thing.
Oh yeah.
Cheech. The Cheech just said. As soon as he said that, I'm like, I 100% can see that.
Yeah. That's why I was a little weirded out when I said Whoppers, because there was no milk chocolate in it.
Yeah. It's the dark. It's that dark chocolate.
Dark cocoa. I like that one. Oh, there we go. Werther's candy. I have some of those actually. They were sent here when I got a bottle of something.
Oh, nice.
I haven't opened it. Yeah. Crinkly bag.
Mine doesn't say. Mashbo was asking which batch it is. No. Mine is a sample, but he's got a full, a proper. My sample is not from him. I feel like that could be confusing.
That could be confusing. No, she
just
had
a
sample
this in common. Yeah.
It was. I don't know who donated it to you. You probably know because you write it on the bottle like an intelligent person would do.
Carlo Mack and Uta Massey.
There you go.
Very kind. They also donated me some like hitters, so don't get me wrong.
Oh.
It just this is not my jam.
Yeah,
okay, cool. I haven't tried it. I've just smelled it after adding water. Sorry, you're probably looking up the batch.
I was going to say, they also have a fermentation number on here, which is a bit peculiar. But the batch number is 20L21R. And to throw everyone into the bizarre state of mind I'm in at the moment, fermentation number 18. Yeah. I want to say T, but that could be I. And then a 18R.
The finish is still terrible.
Okay. I wasn't sure.
Palate. I really enjoy the palate. Literally, just like let it sit on my tongue there for a while, and then you have to swallow. Mm. Oh, this is so confusing though, because I'm like, I actually want another sip for the palate.
That's the fun part about the whiskey. And whiskey in general. There's always these ones where you're like, what the hell is going on?
Yeah. I think that's why it's so easy to get sucked into whiskey, because it's just like, it's interesting. Like, I mean, a few things really make you think about your palate this strongly.
It's disturbed me as I've started doing with the foods and stuff. So I'll be eating breakfast. Like this morning, I was doing it. And I feel like an idiot because I was doing it. But I went to Starbucks because that's what I do, because it's nearby. Leave me alone. And I got my cold brew, and I got my, what are they called? Egg bite things. What are they called? And it was like bacon and Brie cheese and cheddar cheese.
Oh, uh-huh.
I'm not a huge fan of Brie, apparently. But I was mulling it over in my mind. It's like, I can taste the bacon. The Brie still is there. I don't really like it. I don't really taste the cheddar. And the egg isn't. I was like, what am I doing? Why is my brain going down this path
Why am I overanalyzing the Starbucks sandwich?
I knew why. Well, it wasn't a sandwich. It's just a little egg bite. It's like this.
Oh, those egg bites. Yeah.
Yeah, I like those just because, easier to deal with. Not a bunch of bread with some little thing in the middle, because that's what Starbucks does. Anyway, and it's creamier. It's a nice texture because they sous vide it, I think. It's a whole different thing. I'm promoting Starbucks at this point. Sponsored by... But it was nice. It was nice to try. It's not the one I usually get. I usually get the egg whites and the, pepper and cheese thing. So like green and red peppers instead. So that's what I'm used to.
Oh, I've had one once of their egg bite things. The texture actually weirded me out. That's what's funny. I think
creamy weirdness.
It's like unusual for me. So it's like,
it is. I'm pretty particular about textures. When it gets to a certain point, I get kind of weirded out. I think it's Jello is weird. Yogurt is weird to me. But
I think I prefer the opposite textures because I love
probably. But I do like creme brulee, which it's almost like that kind of texture as well. So it's weird. And I guess it depends on the taste.
Yeah.
Like the texture won't bother me if it's a certain taste profile or taste. It's just a certain taste, not a profile. Shut up. Talking about food.
It's food. I feel like I've started overanalyzing food more in trying to pay attention to the notes so that then later when I drink whiskey, I can try to recognize that in there kind of thing. Or like I'm like revisiting fruits that years ago I was like, I don't like this. Now I'm like, let me revisit this and then see if I get those notes. Like recently I ate a plum for the first time since I was a child. So I was like, oh, there's always a note in many whiskeys. I should refamiliarize myself with it. So it's kind of fun that way.
It is. I know. I still don't think I've ever had a pear. My mom gave me one. I totally forgot it existed and, had to get rid of it. But she also gave me a bunch of baking spice stuff.
We are twins. I literally bought a pear a few weeks ago. Like, okay, I haven't had a pear in God knows how long. And pear notes commonly come up in whiskeys. And then I forgot it.
That was the idea.
And then it was like, ew.
Pears are very particular about when they go wrong.
Yeah, so, and I totally had to like turn to Nick, and I'm like, "What's going on with this pear?" He's like, "You can throw that away."
Like that is not a good pear anymore. That for this point is rotten.
It's your job to keep track of these.
My brain, my thing now is like, okay, don't buy any actual fruit because you know what you're gonna do. You're gonna put it in the fridge. You're gonna forget it. It happens with apples to me. Apples last a long time, but I will forget I have apples because that's what my brain does. So I try to think if I can find, a pear dessert or something like that somewhere, try that. Or I think that's the only thing I can think of. I don't know how often people use pears for things. Maybe a pear salad, is that a thing? I have no idea. Yeah, I have no idea. But they'd also have a lot of vinegar and stuff on it probably. I know there's like strawberry salad, so I have no idea.
Oh yeah, that's bizarre to me.
It is. Yeah. I don't think I've ever had a strawberry salad, but I know they exist.
I've seen them.
I'm aware they exist. I have a motto for my brain, at least. It's like I don't really know anything. It's just I have heard of things and they're considered knowledge by others.
It's like close enough.
That's all I got. Like we've all we all know a lot of things that are facts and science and stuff, but I've never done the research. I've never actually gone and done actual. Well, you have, so you've done the actual scientific research. But me, it's the world is round. Well, yeah, I know it's round, but is it? It's a joke. That's a flat earther joke, folks. I apologize. I definitely know the world is round. I've never gone in outer space, but I'm pretty sure flat would be a bit weird.
Yeah. I think we'd have issues.
My whole thing is like, when I look up, the moon is round. Is it flat? Unlikely. It's round. I can only see one side of it. I'm pretty sure it ain't flat just because I'm looking at it from down here.
Still pretty sure it's round. I feel like Tim saw me react.
Oh, wait. I should say spherical. Round is just this.
True. Yeah.
Science.
I think Tim
or
saw
math. Is that math? I have no idea.
I think Tim saw me put down the Chattanooga and pick back up the makers and enjoy this.
Oh, I knew you were going to do that.
So I was like, oh, I'm giving up on this.
At the very least, you tried it with the little water thing. It did change the smell a little. Changed a couple of times, but it's just that finish you don't like. For me, the finish, it doesn't bother me. I don't really notice anything other than it's a little dry and long.
Oh, Nick, is that why you bought another pair the other day? I thought it was so that I could try it for whiskey again.
We're gonna make a dessert?
No, he cooked a Korean dish, I think it is. And I have no idea how to pronounce it, but I'm going to go with this bulgogi. It was delicious. I would never have guessed there was pear in it. It's a savory dish.
He's a chef, right?
Yeah.
Lucky.
Yep. So that's why I picked him.
Good enough, man.
It's all for the food. He's a white dude who can make Puerto Rican food, and that's
something.
Killer. That's killer right there. So
I can make whatever comes in a package that can go in the oven.
That's me.
Yeah, that's about it. That's the extent of my abilities. I mean, I'm pretty good at baking, which is weird because it requires a lot of things that you think I wouldn't be good at. But I like making cookies and cupcakes and stuff, which is not helpful to my weight, so I don't do it.
Yeah, that's the thing. People are always like, "Oh, maybe you would like baking because it's very precise and everything."
Yes, that's the thing. The thing I like about it is it's very precise, so it's easy for me to understand. It's like it has to be this, and this. Simple. Yeah. If I just do it in this way, I should be okay. Staying focused on it is the hard part. And then with baking, you always make a whole bunch of it. It's not like you can we make a cake. You make one cake. It's a giant thing. Or cupcakes, you make 2 dozen.
Yeah.
Like, what am I supposed to do with this? Give it to someone. No one wants this. They're all afraid it's bad because it's sweet. Just don't eat 20 of them, people. It's not a bad food. You're not a bad cupcake. It's okay. People love you.
Do you tell your cupcakes that they're not bad cupcakes?
I do.
You're good.
I don't. But there's one of those little
KillCo cupcake.
That's one of those little mind things that I have is when people in America have a tendency to say a certain type of food is bad. And my brain is like, no, it's bad if you eat a lot of it and nothing else.
Yeah, in moderation, you can have anything.
You can eat anything you want as long as you don't go crazy indulging on one thing. Like if you can have 1 slice of cake, you'll be fine. Do not eat 10 slices of cake. It's a bad idea. Mm-hmm. You will also get horribly sick, probably. Mm-hmm. Don't call the cake bad. It's a beautiful thing. Someone put a lot of effort into the cake.
I'm thinking of the movie Matilda. Was it?
Waltzing Matilda.
The boy ate like a slice of this amazing looking chocolate cake, and then she makes him eat like the entire thing.
That sounds awful.
Yeah.
It's the extremes.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it was his like punishment, and it was a huge. It was pretty revolting as I think about it. The more I think about it, I'm like,
well, you're thinking about you're talking about you're sampling a revolting whiskey to you, so it's okay.
You know,
the finish is revolting.
The finish, like the palate, is good. So.
And the smell initially was not great.
Yeah, the smell was.
I got Waltzing Matilda in my head. What the hell is Waltzing Matilda from?
I have no idea.
I don't know. The depths of my musical ADHD scatterbrain thing.
You know. Mashville just nailed it right there. My advice to find your soulmate: if they make mofongo, marry him. Yep.
What's mofongo?
It's a delicious Puerto Rican dish that is just so good. It's made of plátanos, out of plantains.
So the other kind of banana.
Yeah, the better one, the savory one.
I would argue I don't like bananas to begin with.
So perfect. I mean, you would not eat a plantain raw, though, is the thing. But
yes. I've heard they had to be. Yeah, they do things. They do weird things with banana.
Yeah, it's a savory. For the most part, it's savory. But for this, you like deep fry it, mash it up, fry it, and then put a bunch of broth and sauce and normally pork. Speaking of, I'm making myself hungry, so I think
I was gonna say
I might see if I can get some dinner. Speaking
do
of,
it. You've already stayed much longer than I anticipated, which is awesome.
Fun.
This actually happened with why can't I remember her name? Whiskey Central.
Shayla, yeah.
Shayla, there we go. Thank you. Oh, my brain. But yes, she was going to stay for only an hour of the show, and then she ended up staying for a little longer. Which I always
remember
like.
She had somewhere to go, and her husband kept being like, "Are you ready?"
I was like,
10 more minutes. I
don't want to keep you from actually going to be around people. But then in the back of my head, I'm thinking I wouldn't really want to go be around a bunch of people right now either. so I could kind of commiserate in that regard. But it was nice to have her stick around a little. It's one of those little mental things I do. It's where part of my brain is like, they're just doing it because you asked them to be here, you stupid mother. And then it's like, oh, they stayed here longer. They must actually be enjoying themselves. Exactly. They just lost track of time and having a good old time drinking whiskey and chit-chatting about.
Good time. Even drinking Chattanooga.
Yes. Glad I saved it for last. You would have been gone after 30 minutes.
But like, all right, bye.
Stuff is terrible. I leave.
No, but it was also like, it's fun also to explore something weird like that and not just like, oh, I like this. These are all great and ones I know and ones I like kind of thing. And then
I was glad to see it. I'm glad you mentioned it. I was like, sweet. She's either going to love it or hate it.
Yep. And I think we know what the result there was. So sorry. Sorry.
Well, it's not as simple. I mean, you didn't like the smell. You liked the taste. You hated the finish.
Yeah,
so it's a weird little progression-ish thing.
Yeah, it's a really just bizarre one because I feel like normally I kind of like it throughout or dislike it throughout, and like some parts more than others. Exactly, that's my advice.
Mm-hmm.
But
I'll have to look up exactly what mofongo is later. Like you told me, but
it's so good.
Look what it is.
Yeah, I mean I'm no chef, so I don't really explain it well because I don't know how to make it truly. But
where's the husband? Oh, he's actually making dinner. Never mind.
Yeah, I can hear him in the kitchen.
You can smell it.
Making mofongo or biscuits.
Oh, maybe. Maybe that'd be awesome.
I mean, just like meeting him and him saying mofongo and tostones, and I was like, oh, you know what those are? You can make those? Okay.
Yeah, I'm just reiterating what you said. You said mofongo. I'm saying mofongo. If I saw it written out, I might be mufongo.
Or would you make it Italian somehow?
It's mofongo.
Like that's the way it might go. Mofongo is good stuff. And it's very Puerto Rican, Cuban, Dominican. Actually, I don't know if Cubans do it. Maybe just Puerto Ricans and Dominicans. So depending on who you ask, Puerto Ricans invented it or Dominicans invented it. But it's one of those. But it's delicious. Mash and Drum knows what it is and loves it.
Oh.
So,
bye, Dad. I didn't know you're still here.
Oh, yeah. Wow. Talk about hanging around for a while. So
yeah, go do your thing. I'm not gonna keep you.
Yeah.
Do the food thing. Hopefully have biscuits and mofongo and pizza.
That'd be the weirdest combo.
Yeah. Pizza with mofongo on top. Why not?
It's 100% something I would do. So
stranger things have happened. Thank you for being here. I will talk to you again when we see each other every couple of weeks, talk to you on the Discord, all that kind of stuff. We'll keep in touch. You can always come on again sometime if you want.
This was super fun. So thanks a lot for having me. Thanks for advertising.
Yes, I'll keep that up. I'll keep that up for the rest of the stream.
Appreciate it. I'm gonna go eat and watch the rest of your stream. So see y'all. I'll probably
bye. Do the thing. We gotta do the thing.
Oh yeah, obviously.
See you later. Well, wasn't that lovely? Nice change of pace. I really like having guests on. It gives me a lot more to focus on rather than just pinballing in my own head. And now the viewer count will drop. I mean, we still got a little while left, so stick around. We got 20 minutes. I have poured again. The one thing I know I shouldn't because cast strength 46 is the one I really liked. I do like Eagle Rare, of course, But since we've been in the higher proof range, I feel like I'm just going to take half a step backwards rather than trying to go back to Eagle Rare, which is a 3-step process back, I think. And I didn't say it at the beginning, should have, but I was too worried about actually getting everything rolling. Let me know what you have in your glass. Probably a lot of you have Chattanooga now. It's unsurprising. I can take these out of my ears now. Oh gosh, it feels better. My voice sounds normal now. Great. I still have Waltzing Matilda stuck in my head. I'm going to have to look that up. And as usual, I'll find myself meandering about Wikipedia trying to find out what the hell Waltzing Matilda is about. I know it's an old song. Hello. Sorry about the loudness. Whoop. I'm just glad to have you. Yes, I'm glad you got to sample that. So now you can at least brace yourself for any other Chattanooga samples. As I said, the one thing that is really interesting about them is the fact that they do such bizarre stuff. I mean, granted, you didn't like that one. You might like the lower proof version. You may like some of the random stuff they do. So hopefully we'll find out in the future. And unfortunately, as with your distaste of rye, people might be more inclined to send these to you now. I'm sorry. But at least we figured out that we do like similar bourbons. You know, Eagle Rare, glorious. Wild Turkey 101, glorious. And the Maker's Mark Cask Strength, glorious. Lovely stuff. I'm actually tempted to pour all these together just for fun. I'm like quite a bit of a pour, and I've already poured myself a lot, but I'm going to succumb to peer pressure, except it's in my head, so it's not. I only pour a little bit because I did already pour a fair chunk of this. I wasn't expecting to pour anything else, and I realized I like to mix these together. I'm not going to put the Chattanooga in there because, as I said, it's a whole different beast. And that could be kind of weird. Oh, it's so weird, man. So weird. I don't even know how to fully explain. Like, if you want to go back to the stream, you watch that. The whole reaction process is just, what the hell is this? I still have some, but I don't know where I put it because I hid it away from myself. I feel like it's back here somewhere. Sometimes I put samples under there so I can try them later, but I'm not certain. And that's only if I actually keep track of them, which sometimes I don't. Sometimes I do not. I still have a lot of samples here. At some point, I'm actually going to get through them all, but you lovely people keep sending me more, which is amazing. Like I have at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. There are 19 samples sitting in front of me. And the reason they're sitting in front of me is so I remember to actually sample them. If I put them anywhere else, I will forget. Oh, wait. 19, 20, 21, 22. So 22 within reach. And I have others, but they're hidden away. Yeah. As we were saying, it's an interesting process. What? What? No. I'm almost through this hour. Or you could go live. Maybe I could pop on there after inebriating myself here. I still need to eat. I've had a hot dog today for dinner. Just the one. And what I had for breakfast was I was talking about earlier is those weird little egg things from Starbucks and a muffin. Not from Starbucks. It's an actual size muffin. Big muffin. Basically cake for breakfast. And that was a very long time ago. It was like 9 a.m. And I had a hot dog right before the stream started, which is just before 6. And I've had a fair amount of whiskey. I'm about to have a little more. Because I want to make this little combo of weirdness. Because apparently that's the thing I do. I think part of me just likes to make people squirm by mixing things together that might should not be. Probably shouldn't be together. I haven't really gone to extremes yet. There hasn't been a time where I did, like, I've thought about it, haven't done it yet. I mix an Irish, a Scotch, and a bourbon together. Or even add a Japanese whiskey in there just to see what happens. Probably be really gross. I would never know unless I tried it. No, bourbon. No. That cannot happen. This is we're coming at the end of hour 3, but now I found out that Klein isn't doing another hour. Who is? Does someone else go live? Because that's an out for me. Again, I do need to eat something. I've already forgotten what I just poured in here. I feel like I just poured the Eagle Rare in here. You let me know. Was it Eagle Rare? Did I mention I have memory problems? I do. Because some would call it blending. Some would call it an atrocity. They would abhor the fact that I mix things together. I really like the concept of mixing really expensive stuff together. I cannot do that, but I know there are plenty of other channels out there who have very expensive bottles, and just for the fun of it, just to make people go, oh, get twitchy, mix some of that really expensive shit together, just for fun, just because. I'm thinking specifically of Whiskey Vault / Tribe, and they did something where they had this extremely rare Johnny Walker. It was literally called Johnny Walker Ghost and Rare, and they added ice and then Coke. Stuff was like $300 a bottle. Hilarious. I still want to try it. Never going to probably, but I know it exists. This has happened before too, Whiskey Mountains, where I find out that It's Bourbon Night is not going live. And I go, oh, man, damn it. Well, I have nothing to do for that hour, so I might as well go for another hour. And then suddenly, Klein isn't going live. And I go, well, might as well keep going on because I got nothing to do for another hour. Granted, I never really have anything to do. So it's okay. All right, there you go. Something like that. God damn it. They could go on early. Get it from the horse's mouth, as they say. Too much sun? Was that it? I saw him mention something, but it was really hard to keep up with chat. But hope he feels better. I can understand. For me, it doesn't take long to get too much sun. No one's answered the question, but I don't. My brain is saying I didn't have something heavy in my hand before, so we'll just add a little bit of less cling. Sorry, this is much easier to pour. There we go. I have mixed the 3 bourbons we had earlier this evening together just to see what will happen. And that is Eagle Rare, Wild Turkey 101, and the one I wouldn't want to mix together, honestly, is the Maker's Mark 46 cask strength. But I did it. Oh, gosh, yeah, that would do it. Easily. I've had that sensation. It's awful. You might as well be physically ill. Too much sun is no good. Wear sunscreen. Drink lots of water. Rest. Hopefully you didn't get sunburned. Well, thank you. I don't know if any pizza places are open very much on Sundays, to be honest. I think they might be. I don't know. I wouldn't worry about it. I know I have hot dogs, so no fret. I won't say no to being money donated thing. I can actually set that up. Well, no, I can't. I can. Oh, I can. So I want to keep this. I don't want to have the scrolling PayPal, Patreon thing. But if you links below, if you want to do donations, specifically for pizza and or food, that'd be cool. I can always order pizza tomorrow. Or if you've seen my Instagram, you know I often do go out to restaurants. I shouldn't, but I do. Oftentimes my parents are paying, to be clear. And I take pictures of my food, which is actually something I strangely missed over the past year. Doing a little bit of photography on the foodstuffs. I don't know why I like doing that. It's not exactly professional, but it's fun. I enjoy it for whatever reason. What was I trying to find? Oh yeah, the thing on my actual YouTube page. That would be the thing. Well, that's another song that's stuck in my head very often. No, I'm not. As I think I mentioned. Yeah, not the Chattanooga, because I knew from the start it was a very different thing. So I wouldn't want to mix that into a bourbon blend personally, because it is a little bit, to say the least. I don't know either. Granted, I don't remember much of what happened yesterday, so that. Here's the problem. Here, I appreciate all of that, believe me, and I would like to say, yeah, do it, but something is being missed. Is that one? I would have to get up and leave the stream. I don't want to do that. That's the out I want to use, but also I would have to interact with another human being that I do not know, and I would be very anxious about waiting for them to arrive. It's doing that because that's me. Unfortunately, I don't even like ordering takeout. Well, no, I don't mind ordering takeout. Like if I go there and get it and come back, fine. Delivery? No, I've been a pizza driver, and or pizza. I worked for Domino's, I should say, as a delivery person. And as far as having stuff delivered to my apartment building, I don't want to do that to someone. I do not want to. It is a very large apartment complex, and there are many people who live here. So it is an extremely imposing place for any sort of delivery driver. And usually if I do that at all, I just say, meet me on this side of the building. There's a west, north, south, east, west kind of thing. I say, meet me on the west exit or entrance, and I'll pick it up there instead of having them try to figure out how to get through here. And mine's an easy place, but I don't want to do that to a person. But mostly I don't want to have to deal with someone I don't know, because that's me. Noisy people in the hallway. As always. Whoop. Whoop, whoop. Was I? I have no idea what that was. That happens sometimes. I get some random music in my head. Steak and pour. Oh, that is a good question. Yeah, it's been a whole week. I do feel that though, because of my recent experience with the second COVID vaccine shot, and just Thursday vanishing into the distance because I was not even Thursday. The Thursday morning into Thursday itself was terrible. Yeah, I felt so crap. It wasn't the worst I've ever felt, but it was real bad. I definitely felt like I was actually sick. Sucked. But I'm glad it's over. It didn't last more than 12 hours. 12 hours of feeling like shit rather than catching something that could keep me sick for a very long time and possibly even murder me. I'd say that's a safe bet. Might as well do that. Maryland. Oop. I will say mental illness. It requires driving at a fair distance, being in a place I'm not familiar with, being around people I don't know. And it's very beachy oriented place, like even Newport and Rhode Island and Aquidneck Island and that kind of thing. There are beaches everywhere, but because of my complexion, we'll say, I'm not keen about being out there in the sun, and I have, let's say, a difficult time with the thought of me being just out there in a swimsuit and nothing else. My brain, that's further ammunition for myself. No one cares. I know that. I'm well aware that no one gives a shit about me out there in a swimsuit. But me, in my head, has many opinions, unfortunately. Let's see if I can get the other song stuck on it. It's back now. Still this. Huh. Oh, you said Cape Cod. That's what it was. I was thinking to myself, how did this get back in my brain? Oh, man. It smells pretty good, actually. No bourbon. No banana hammocks. I barely tolerate sunshine as it is. I do actively get some sun, which mornings I happen to be awake for it, but there's a time frame from like 8:30 to 9:30 where the sun comes in through my giant window, and I can just lie in the ground. Well, believe it or not, I have a folding chair inside, So I just take up sun for about 15 minutes early in the morning. So it's not, the kind of sun that'll burn you in 5 minutes, but because it was recommended by the doctor, because skin conditions, but still I freak out a little because I'm covered in freckles. I'm just waiting for my skin to try to kill me. It's great. Oh, hello, Scott down under. Hello, Ken. Right, that must get very tiring. Every time you pop into chat, people immediately switch to a so-called Australian accent. I'm trying to think. It's not working well. Oh, that's right. Self-promotion, because people want to buy me pizzas. And although the info is down below for giving me the monies, for donating to the channel, I've been very upfront with the fact that any money donated here is what both to help with channel and also to help with basic stuff. Ooh, I got a negative. Oh, I got a down thumb in one of my videos. I didn't know that until now. That's glorious. People might say, well, why would anyone do that? It's terrible. No, it's hilarious. Someone actively took the time to dislike something. I don't know if they commented. Probably not. But thumbs down is kind of funny. No, only nice people comments. But thumbs down is kind of hilarious. It must be, especially, how do I phrase this? So to someone from Australia, I am certain I have an American accent. I do not know what an American accent sounds like exactly, but there are videos that I've seen that give me a vague idea of what an American accent might sound to someone else who is not from America. It's a bit weird to wrap my head around, but it's funny. All right. What was I doing? Oh, yes. Click. Whoop. Now it's pinned away. So the song that's stuck in my head right now is called Old Cape Cod. I don't know if I can sing it. I guess that's what we're going to do for the next hour because I don't even know if I've hit the mark yet. I'm close. We're almost at the 3-hour mark, and as has been brought to my attention, is that Destination Bourbon is not going live. But I did want to check to see if anyone else was, because I feel like someone else might. I don't know who, because my brain. I have to say, the smell on this mixture or blend, pretty nice. Whiskey Mountains, I recommend you give it a shot. I didn't measure. I probably should have. But maybe a teaspoon of each. Like a teaspoon of the Makers, a teaspoon of Wild Turkey, and a teaspoon of Eagle Rare. I definitely did not do that. This is probably a little bit over 2 ounces in my mind. Probably 2.5. I've had a fair amount already, so it's okay. Jeez, Adriana. It's a good thing you did upload that video. It got 119 views already. I'm happy if my videos get 20 within the first day. But those. Hot buttery rolls. Someone is. Other than me, apparently. Because you've been a bad influence, HBR. I'm doing longer and longer streams because of reasons and peer pressure, it seems. Because we're just having such a good time. Lovely. No, I'm looking at stuff from tomorrow. Shelf curds? That could be a thing. Cheese. Shelf turds are going live tomorrow. Anyone else going live tomorrow? Today? Tonight? No, not one on my subscription list. But then again, there are probably plenty of people I do not have subscriptions to. This is so weird. What the hell? Now, he has been dealing with dinner stuff and dog stuff. It's okay. And he got you water. He's doing his best. Ow. Yard work? That sounds horrible. I don't have a yard to do work on, so it's okay. Oh, that's right. I was going to try to look at the lyrics to the song because I've had enough to drink to where I feel like I can sing, and also I've had too much whiskey at this point to actually do much else. So, ugh. Oh, you know what? The screen. I don't know what's going on with my second screen. I'm not going to say it. I'm going to say it. I might need to get a different secondary monitor at some point because this one's being weird. It's not terrible. It's just the color is all off, and I don't know why. Find it. Patty Page? Probably. Let me find out for sure. Sure. It sounds about right. And I have no idea who actually sang the song. Patty Page, what a surprise. Wait. I not have that. Well, I can't play it right now because copyright. All right, I have the lyrics now. Should probably keep them in front of me, but I have to actually see chat at the same time. Yay, juggling things that I'm doing. Oh, wait, comment at me. Hold on. Oh, I can't find it. Oh, gosh, it'd be so nice if StreamYard actually showed me the ads. What'd I do? What'd I say? I don't remember. Oh, your channel? I'm pretty sure I have your channel. I might not, to be honest. I found I can't keep up. That's the problem. There's so many whiskey tube channels that it is actually distracting and difficult for me to keep up with how many there are. If I certainly hear about it, I will visit. I thought I had. No, I'm subscribed to Livewire. No problem. Plus, I knew you were going live later. I was trying to find out who's going live at, well, now 9, other than Destination Bourbon. I feel like someone else does. But I don't remember who. It's probably someone I'm not subscribed to, because that's the thing I do. I'll have to check the YouTube way, which usually suggests things as they do. No, it's just me. It's suggesting I watch my own content. So that's good, I think. Maybe. Ooh. All right, whatever. See if I can remember this song. Probably can't. Meal a day. What am I missing? I'm missing chat, and it's not good because it's confusing. Oh, Scotch Stunner, I can feel that. I feel that, man. I basically eat breakfast and dinner. I like to think it's a fasting thing. I don't know if it really is, but I tell myself it is because it's the only way I can seem to lose weight that I'm comfortable with, other than I've tried diet and exercise. I can't keep up with diet and exercise very well because me. So just fasting seems to work pretty well, and be careful of what I eat specifically. I don't eat 20 cupcakes a day. I'm a party animal. I don't know about that. But yes, I will agree for the moment. I don't feel like a party animal. I feel tired. I'm always tired. All right. Song, not by request, but because it's stuck in my brain. I want to get it out there. Outlier. Was that it? That doesn't seem right. Hold on. Is that really all the lyrics? It might be. Truth be told. More. No, that looks a little better. All right, here we go. This is called Old Cape Cod. apparently by Patty Page. Still not sure if this is exactly it, but it's okay. If I can just get the words. What am I saying here? Let's have a sip. It does smell good. Adriana, and anyone else, if you want to try the combo of Eagle Rare, Maker's Mark 46 cask strength, and Wild Turkey 101, you let me know how you like it. I think it smells pretty good. Pretty good. Oh. It's not as aggressive as I thought it would be. It's not bad. It is a little bit flat. And they're all kind of competing. And not as spicy. Like the 46 and the Wild Turkey, you'd think it'd be more spicy. Burns a little bit, but I think the Eagle Rare just kind of toned down the other two. It's nice, but it's nothing crazy. I wouldn't say, oh man, this is amazing. I would say it's decent and tasty and give it a try. But again, I didn't exactly put exact proportions, which you're supposed to do when you blend stuff. So I hear. I need to lubricate the vocal cords. Also, hi, Ben Demon Hunter. I didn't say that. Yeah, 3 hours, I know. Granted, I had a guest. That made it real easy. First 2 hours kind of slipped by. Went into the third because I knew its Bourbon Night was not going live. And then Destination Bourbon. Klein, not feeling well, so I'm going to sing some songs now because I don't know what else to do other than drink my sorrows away. Maybe Whiskey Mountains, maybe. Do that. Now, I know this tune, but I'm not 100% sure on the lyrics. So we'll see. It's really short. I thought the song was longer, but I guess it's sung very slow. And no one else probably knows the song, so that'll make it weird. If you're fond of sand dunes and salty air, quaint little villages here and there, you're sure to fall in love with old Cape Cod. Says old Cape Cod a couple times there. If you like the taste of lobster stew, served by a window with an ocean view, you're sure to fall in love with old Cape Cod. Winding roads that seem to beckon you, miles of green beneath the skies of blue, church bells chiming on the Sunday morn. That one's different. God, church bells chiming on a Sunday morn. No, it changed. I don't remember how. Whatever. Church bells chiming on. It does go something like that. Oh, this is gonna bug me. Anyway, reminds you of the town where you were born. See how the whole thing changed? If you spend an evening, you'll want to stay, watching the moonlight on Cape Cod Bay. Ah, there's an ah there. You're sure to fall in love with old Cape Cod. It goes on the same thing. Okay. If you spend an evening, you'll want to stay, watching the moonlight on Cape Cod Bay. You're sure to fall in love with old Cape Cod. That's the gist of it, except for that middle part. Church bells ringing on a Sunday morn. There it is. Church bells chiming on a Sunday morn, remind you of the town where you were born. Boy, what a mind twist. Anyway, listen to it yourself. Old Cape Cod by Peggy Page. Oh. So glad that mute button exists. Look at that. It's a very old song, Whiskey Mountains. Like we're talking. We are speaking of. I feel like it's the 1950s kind of thing, just because of the phrasing and mental imagery, especially when you're talking about the church thing. Because everyone had a church in their town with a bell that rang. Because we're all such good people. Let me see if I can find out more about when it came out. It's a nice little song. I have a playlist because I realized I don't even have this favorited. But there's a genre kind of thing that is the, what do they call it? Daily mix. So they throw a bunch of random stuff at me sometimes, and this one's popped on more than once. And I found I like it because it's very soothing and relaxing sort of song. Oh yeah, it was close. April 25th, 1957. You might not have heard of it. I'm actually going to keep this on the Spotify so I can listen to it later to make sure that's the one I have been listening to. Old song, like I said. Battle of Utah. Livewire Whiskey, I would like all the samples. And I will give them to a good cause, which is me. Really, send them to Whiskey Mountains, because obviously. Still stuck in my head. Shit. I have to get something out of there. I don't know how much I can sing, because I've been coding my... Oh. The backup plan. I forgot. Probably sounds very loud, along with the binging noise. Pretzels. Oh, that's good stuff. Cheech it is. For me. I don't know about everyone else. Nick Palmer. Promin. Nick. I don't think I've ever had 48 either. I've seen the prices on it, and that was basically enough. Alberta Province, Canada. Oh, Canada, my home and native land. I have no idea if that's actually a song in Canada. I like pretzels, by the way, in case you didn't know. And I feel like salt actually helps with tasting stuff. I mean, we put salt on stuff, it actually accents flavors, so I know it does that for whiskey. Granted, I'm also getting pretzel all over my face and mouth and such, but it's okay. It was okay. I like it. These are actually pretty good pretzels. I bought these pretty cheap, to be perfectly honest. Also, remember to like and subscribe. Oh, and I can say it now. I don't like saying this when I have a guest. But one, Adriana Whiskey Mountain does have a Patreon. I don't have the link available, but it's a thing. Hopefully you can find it on Patreon. God damn it, now I gotta find it. Adriana, you're a mod, if you're still here. Post your Patreon. Most people are probably already subscribed. Or patrons. And by the way, I have a Patreon. Down below. Also, reminder, upcoming Alzheimer's fundraiser on Whiskey Mountain's channel. I'm making sure I'm getting it right by waiting for it to scroll by. Sunday, June 20th at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Bottle giveaways and live guests. I don't think I'll be a live guest because I have nothing else to contribute but a mustache. So, get ready for that. I know I have some fun stuff myself coming up. No donation stuff yet because, as I mentioned to all of you, many of you, most of you, some of you, any income, donations, funds. There we go. I like that word better. Any funds that are sent my way are both sent into making this channel a better place, buying whiskey and such, and just paying for the basic stuffs. Some of that basic stuff might happen to be taking myself out to a restaurant and giving myself a little pat on the back that I'm actually out in public space having food that is delish. Possibly having whiskey as well, because I do that. I feel I have to be upfront about that, but also I feel a little weird saying it because, funny enough, you get, well, I haven't yet, to be honest, but there is a feeling in my head that when I say money I am given is spent on the basic needs and frivolous things as well, somehow that's bad. But that's what people do for work. They take the money they get from being at a place and doing a thing and spend it on stuff and things and also bills and rent and frivolous things. Why I let myself feel why I make myself feel bad about that is my brain. So there's that. That's why I'm still dumbstruck by the generosity of this community and the fact that I have patrons at all and get donations at all and bottles at all. It just, my brain cannot comprehend it because it just rebels against all the horrible things it says about me. I can neither handle the phrases either. HBR. It's a little rough. I found out why, or at least I think I found out why, is when you're in a group gathering, which one, for me anyway, stressful, not a fan. But the difference about being in a group of people that are talking is that you're not staring directly, like each person is not able to stare directly at you. Okay? So when you're in a group of people, say a circle of people, a group like that, you're all sipping whiskey and talking to each other. No one person is actively, they're not all looking at you at once. That'd be weird if somehow they were all just looking at you at the same time and no one else. That is what a multiple person stream is that they are all, for a viewer, I suppose, is that they're all looking at you like I'm looking at you right now, except I'm actually just looking at a camera. But the feeling is that everyone, like numerous faces, are looking directly at you. And that's how I feel when I'm watching a bunch of people on a stream, is that multiple eyeballs staring directly at me. I can only handle like one or two at a time. But that's, I've talked about that before. I have mental health problems, and it makes it difficult to deal with stuff involving social interactions. I think that's going to be just my way of getting out of conversations sometimes. Just walk away. Damn straight. HPR. So many whiskeys I've had. Thank you, Cheech. I like to, well, I want to say I like to tell myself that, but I don't. There's always the negative things about any kind, any positive is immediately wrapped into some kind of negative to me. In my head, unintentionally. It's not because I want to think negative things about myself, I promise. It just happens. This song is still stuck in my head. Dude. I didn't see it. Shoot. I have to find it now. So, hold please. I said I have a Patreon. Link down below. Most of you are subscribed. Well, I won't say most of you are subscribed already because there's 20-something odd people here. So there's that. But song's still stuck in my head. It's great. Trying to type too fast. Holy shit. I will sing something else momentarily. Oh, that was easy enough to find. Sweat. So for my guest early in the evening, she also has a Patreon account, and I want to make sure I say that as well, because the reason I don't have my usual blip underneath here is one, because promoting her Alzheimer's event, and also because of when I have a guest, I don't like to self-promote. That's just for me. I don't know why. Funny thing is, when I have guests, I get a lot more views and a lot more people come and visit, but I don't want to use another person being a guest on my channel as bait or as an excuse to promote myself. Why? I don't know. because I think for me, it's the people who want to be here kind of thing. I don't want to lure people in with other people's presence. I certainly enjoy having other people in the stream. I've learned that, certainly. Still stuck in my head. Oh, yeah. Dig it. I mean, only 2 people have said that so far, so it can't be true. See how it works? That's how it works. And what's really horrible is my brain twists that again. It's like, oh, so you think they're liars? It's like, no, I just put what? You're the one. Damn it! Stop it! It's great. It's a great place to live, my brain. It's really great. Close the thing. We may be having guests again for the end of dry week, which is coming up, by the way. Now, I haven't decided yet. Topic of conversation here. I haven't decided if I will do streams or if I will make a video for dry week. I can, and I have, but part of me says I should take a break and work on actually other things about the channel, like the thumbnails mostly. Oh, but getting distracted by myself. Oh. Hold on. Wait. There was a reason I was doing this. It's not just PayPal or Patreon. Patreon is showing me something as well. Damn it. What was I going to do? This is the life I live, man. It's just confusion constantly. I forget. Put it down. Might remember. I was talking about Patreon. That wasn't why I was looking at my phone. No, it's gone. The whole conversation I was having just now just disappeared in my head. That's sweet. Oh, that's right. Dry week. There we go. That took far too long. I was looking up when dry week was. Good God. Why must I be this way? Why? Dry week is coming up. It is not until, It is not until the end of this week, I believe. Oh, and there's some fun, depressing info right there. So yes, dry week for me will begin on the 11th. So I am debating whether I want to do a stream on the 11th and that Sunday and do a video that week. I will have a video out this week. I don't know what it's going to be yet. I might be the Glenn Dronick 13 that was donated. I'm trying to remember if anything else was donated before that. So it is still stuck in my head. Cool. Yes, dry week is this week, the end of this week for me. I think, because if it's this week, this week. Okay, the end of this week. So the 11th. For me, it's either way. Even if it started days ago, which I don't think it did. It'll be June 11th to June 18th, and the twist, which is what I was trying to get to apparently, is that hopefully, emphasis on hopefully, definitely a maybe hopefully, because my brain and guests is, the thought is they were going to cancel like 10 minutes before the stream starts kind of thing. They don't. Typically, for the 2 guests I've had, they have not canceled. But on the 18th, I may be having a special guest as well, a mystery guest. Possibly mystery guests. We shall see. Should be fun, hopefully. And that'll be great, because it'll be the end of dry week, and I will be very careful, for one thing, because after a week of no drinking, I might feel a little weird drinking a whole bunch of stuff all at once. No, it's still stuck in my head. I have to think of another song to get in my brain here. So we're good. Well, on the plus side, we're almost half an hour into this other hour I didn't expect to be in. So there's that. I have pretzels now. I'm trying to scarf on these because 3 hours of drinking stuff is not my norm, we'll say. I don't know. What is Banff? I'm seeing it. Is it a place? Is it a distillery? I don't know. I missed the whole conversation. I was distracted, which is my norm. Oh, hold on. Adriana, did you try your Borg blend yet? I'm curious. You don't have to. I just remember that I had mine. And I don't know what I said anything, but my Borg blend, drank too hot. All those high proof things, just too much. Adding some water helped, but I had probably 6+ drops of water for it to be easy to manage. Oh, a national park in Canada. Oh, I've said this on stream a number of times, but I've been to Canada once, or actually been there a couple times. But the one time I did go there, I was 18 years old, so I could drink legally in Canada. This was before you needed a passport to go to Canada, so that long ago. And I ate some really amazing food, really good steak when I went to Canada. Sweet. Super sweet. And I went there with friends we were all 18 years old. So you can imagine how much of a rough time we had then. We had Goldschlager and other things. I don't remember what the rest of the bottles we had were, but we were not drinking whiskey like this, I got to say. And we did have Goldschlager, which also says something else. Yeah. This is a decent little blend, but it also flattened out a good deal. With the two spicy ones, the 46 and the 101. There's no spice. It's like the Eagle Rare muted them both somehow, which is surprising considering the Eagle Rare is only 45%. But I even started with the 46, the pour of the 46. And then just a little bit of the Eagle Rare and a little bit of the Wild Turkey. Yeah. Yours turned out pretty well. Mine was okay, but it was just a really high proof thing. So you were just assaulted by the high proof, I suppose. Nothing else. You know what I might do, Whiskey Mountains? There are actually some nice foresty areas up in this area. Around here. So I'll have to look up some mountains and such. I should find one of the highest mountains in Rhode Island and go climb that. It won't be that high. But then I can do a Whiskey Mountain thing of my own, so to speak. I will be exhausted because it's not obvious. I don't get out much. Skin tone and not exactly muscular man type thing. So physical exercise is not my friend. You can just rewatch the whole thing. It's fine. Oh. Pretzels are good, by the way. I'm sure I said that already. What other song did I want to think about? I still have Old Cape Cod in my head, but there's something else in there. Waltzing Matilda. I wanted to look up what the hell that was about. Because I was curious, and I will forget. It's a song. Nope. By Slim Dusty. What the hell? It doesn't tell me anything. The Slim Dusty Heritage album, not Slim Dusty Heritage album. First of all, I have to get past the fact that the song that comes up from Waltzing Matilda is the guy. His name is Slim Dusty. That says a lot about how old-fashioned it is. Good grief. Hold on. Let us see if we can find the lyrics, because I feel like I know how it goes. So now I'm trying to figure this out. No, this is going to be a little weird. I'm looking at the lyrics already, and it's just, what the hell? I only know the thing, don't I? Hold on. I'm going to have to hear this song, actually, because it is really bizarre. I'm looking at the lyrics, and the only part I know is, waltzing Matilda, you'll come a waltzing Matilda with me. The rest of it, there are words in here I don't know what they are. There are things like, once a jolly swagman camped by a billabong. The first sentence of this song. Under the shade of a coolabah tree. And he sang as he watched, and he waited till his billy bowled, you'll come a waltzing Matilda with me. Down came a lumberbuck to drink the billabong. I'm not going to keep going. I want to know what this song is about. That the words and the things they're using are just confusing me. But I know the waltzing Matilda part. Waltzing Matilda, you'll go a waltzing Matilda with me. There's some crazy places out there, man. Again, for someone who doesn't like to go out and be around people and go to places, Google Maps is amazing. My friend who's camping out in, I want to say Oregon. I can go see some of the amazing places she's visiting just from her Instagram and stuff. Beautiful places. Mountains, big mountains. But nowhere I would go these days. Still got a couple weeks until I'm actually okay to travel. So there's that. But as I was saying, Google Maps is pretty sweet for seeing some really amazing sites that you wouldn't be able to see. I believe one of the weirdest ones I found out about, because I like to go look this stuff up, there is a place on this planet where all the seeds of the world are collected and stored. I don't remember what it's called, but I'm pretty sure it's up near the North Pole somewhere. And again, I forget what it's called. And you can actually see the area near it. It looks like an actual vault type place, literally. I did not know that. Read chat. Idaho potatoes. Still stuck in my head. Yeah. That's like, just to see that on Google Maps, you go, whoa. And just knowing it exists, it makes you feel a little better. But my brain being what it is, part of me is like, in case anything goes wrong, at least we have this storage vault where all the seeds of the world go in case something happens. And then the other part of my brain is like, but the planet's going to explode eventually because the sun is going to just go crazy. Like, oh, yes, thank you for that. That'll be long after I'm deceased. Why are you telling me this? Ugh. Just put it in Google Maps. A little star, a little save, want to go. Love it. I have numerous places I want to go. And let's just say the last year hasn't really helped to reduce that number. Hell, there are places in Rhode Island I still want to go. Rhode Island. That's one thing I'm going to check, just so you all know, because all of you want to come visit me in Rhode Island. I know. But I want to see what the highest mountain in Rhode Island is. I feel like I know it and I have marked it. But I also now need to go there and drink alcohol and pretend I know what I'm doing. When it comes to climbing the mountain, it is whiskey. I might have an idea about what I'm talking about. in the world? Oh, no. What is the highest mountain in the world? Everest? Blech. Yeah, it's great when you watch Star Trek and have those scenarios in your brain. Oh, the highest mountain in Rhode Island is a hill. Somehow that doesn't surprise me. Jeremoth Hill. How high is it? This is going to be a laughable height, I'm sure. 192 feet? That doesn't seem right. I have it saved. I didn't know it was the highest one. Well, I marked it because I knew I wanted to visit there someday. That doesn't seem very high at all. Granted, Rhode Island, right near the ocean. Understandable. Fair amount of hills here, though. God damn it. Oh, John T., you live in a crazy place. It would take me 51 minutes to get to the highest mountain hill, I guess, in Rhode Island. It's almost in Connecticut. But I'll keep that in mind. It's about 40 miles away. Jeremoth Hill. I still can't believe that's the highest point. And it's a matter of 100-ish feet off the ground. Well, it feels like some areas around here are that tall. Ooh. Yes, it's a hill, for that matter. The highest mountain in Rhode Island is a hill. It's called a hill. I'm gonna do a search again because it feels weird. It's called Jeremoth Hill, and it's called a mountain peak. And oh wait, did I get it wrong? It's 812 feet. Sorry, but yes, apparently still under 1,000 feet. The highest point in Rhode Island with an easy woodland walking trail to the top. So I'll put on my hiking boots, which I don't have. I'll have to fix that. And then get up and drive about an hour away and walk up this damn hill and sit at the top with some whiskey just for you. And also because it sounds kind of fun. What whiskey should I bring? Oh boy. That's the real dilemma there. I have most of my bottles are open. There are a few that I wouldn't want to sample first taste on a mountain. But that's just me, because Rhode Island, the most likely place I would try anything is near the ocean. Yeah, Block Island is an island. Aquidneck Island is an island. What's the other one? Plymouth? Hold on. There are a bunch of actual islands in Rhode Island, but most of the state is mainland bound. And there's very few parts of it that actually lead towards the ocean. There's the southern and eastern area, but only a bit. Like Cape Cod is kind of in the way, as is Martha's Vineyard. Cape Cod? Yeah, Cape Cod. Then we have Buzzards Bay. So there's that. Prudence Island. I know it began with a P. The Block Island is amazing because that is actually out in the ocean. So if you want to really be surrounded by the frickin' ocean, that's the place to go. I can only imagine what that area is like during hurricanes and stuff. Holy shit. And I still haven't visited Martha's Vineyard either. I doubt they have a distillery, but they might. There's a couple of places that are flagged for want to go. Yeah, Great Preserve. A brewery, and a Japanese garden. It sounds lovely. Martha's Vineyard is mostly known for wine, though, I believe. Well, I might bring that with me then. Now, hopefully it'll survive until I do that, because it's taking a chunk already. Oh. Definitely. The only thing I'm close to that I think of as actual mountains is Vermont and New Hampshire. Those are the immediate places I think, holy shit, these are actually mountains. and because I've been there. So I'll have to get the foolproof again. I have done a video on that. It was wonderful. Granted, store pick, but it was still delish. I will have to actually try the standard foolproof at some point. Whoa. Yeah, most of the place is kind of ocean level. I'm actually on a higher point in the Rhode Island-ish area. And I know that because I've ridden my bicycle around here, and there are goddamn lot of hills that are really rough. Real rough. Not mountainous, but oh gosh, they're awful. What would I call those? It's like the hillside of an area that you know has like this weird rocky outcropping thing. Specifically, I'm thinking of areas that are near the water that are higher up. And although there aren't many of those. And then actually most of it goes to beach. And then, god damn it, there's one spot I'm thinking of specifically that goes through, like there's a highway, and it's like they blasted or destroyed a part of a hill. So it's all craggly and rocky and stuff. And it's still not that high, but it's high enough to be a pain in the butt. John T, thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Yes, that is the one thing I can deal with to an extent, but I have to put those gears real low, and you don't go very fast. You could walk faster going up the hill in all likelihood, but stubborn as I am, I like to get up the hill on the bike. It's kind of a mountainish bike. It's kind of a wombo combo. It's not a road bike because I don't want to do that. I want to have the kind of bike you have when you're a kid where you can just go anywhere. That's the kind of bike I like. It doesn't hold up real great on the roads. That's usually what I'm on, but if I should decide to take a shortcut through the woods, I want to be able to do that. Gets the bike real dirty, though, unfortunately. I know that. And I do not have an easy way to clean my bicycle because apartment complex. It's not really, I can't really hose it down with any kind of outdoor hose. It doesn't exist. Oh, boy. So I have to start making plans to Jermith Hill, which is apparently a mountain, but it's less than 1,000 feet high. Highest point in Rhode Island. Well, shit. What I could do, I could make it a whole day trip, is I could plan on going up the hill, mountain, on foot, or as on foot as I could. I don't know if I want to actually, considering how little I do any hiking or hill climbing or whatever, I would have to be careful because I could try to climb up that hill and get absolutely exhausted before I get to the top. I hope that wouldn't happen because, again, it's not that high. It's high. It's highest point in Rhode Island, but come on, man. And then the idea is I would go into Connecticut and visit freaking Irene Tan's store, Canterbury Liquors, because she has a whole bunch of neat picks, store picks, and a fair amount of whiskey. And I heard she's upgraded ever since my last visit, which was well over a year ago. Again, for reasons that are obvious to everyone. But I may be too exhausted after doing a mountain climb to go there and come back. Because it's about an hour away to get to the mountain. That means it's less than 30 minutes to get to her store, probably. Probably. Then I could pick up a bottle and come back. Don't know why I'd pick up there, and she doesn't exactly have a decent website. But I can ask. Oh, man. Time flies when you're having fun, doesn't it, folks? for those of you who have stayed around for all of this, you madmen. John T, thank you very much for the donation. I appreciate it. That'll go to get me hammered. I mean, I'll buy lunch, to say the least. I do have to find another bottle fund. That's something I like doing. Mostly because I get a bottle of whiskey out of it, but still. Right, Jim? The hell? Whoop. Look, things moved. But yes, it's been a long stream. I'm pushing the limits of my socialization at the moment. Thankfully, Adriana was here for the first 2.5 hours-ish. Having a guest makes it a lot easier. I think many whiskey tubers are aware of this, that it's more than one person doing a stream. Things flow a lot better. You can bounce things off of each other a lot better. Have topics of conversations a lot easier. But when it's just you talking to a camera for 2 hours, that's usually hard to manage, and you start to burn out real quick. I know for me, even now, it's like, what the hell do I talk about? But one, I'm still having whiskey, which is lovely. And two, I start to just burst out in a song, although I don't know what to sing at the moment, so that's fun. Oh, Canada. HBR, I hope you're feeling okay from last night. I only stayed for I think I stayed for 2 hours, a little more than 2 hours. And then you guys went, I don't know what happened after that, but you kept going. I know that. Whoa, everything jumped again. That'd be fun, Bourbon. It's a nice place. She upgraded. I'm not sure exactly how she upgraded, but I know she did. And I don't know her extremely well, but I was able to meet her a couple times and talk with her at length. Well, maybe we could do a tasting there, because I know she does tasting. I don't want to do an official tasting where I'd have to pay her to do it. But before the pandemic and all this chaos, she would give out samples. If you watch the Whiskey Tribe, probably, video of when they visited her store, one, I got to meet them there. That was cool. And I got to meet Irene. And she was talking about how her method of dealing with customers is to just give out free samples of crazy stuff and do charity work, which I thought was awesome. I've been to a couple of her charity events, actually. Charity events. Ugh. Hi, Franklin, thank you. I try. I just try. That's all I can do. Disney, Star Trek, cleavage, not being armored, and whiskey, of course. Good time. I try to make topics of conversation easier. You have to watch KillCo. Do it. It's so good. The songs are beautiful too. It's a favorite of mine. It made me laugh. It made me cry. It was wonderful. You got tiny tacos? Damn it. It's on my wish list or a bucket list. There we go. There are no tiny tacos around here. They don't exist. Woof. That's a trek. Everyone's paying attention again. I mean, to be completely honest, you have to keep in mind that I am a middle-aged, I'm 40, and I literally grew up being bamboozled, dumbfounded when I went to a movie called Roger Rabbit and Jessica Rabbit came on the stream. I was smitten and confused for the rest of not confused, but smitten immediately. And that was it. That was the standard, and it's an unreasonable standard, of course. But that image is forever burned in my brain, and I can never forget. So I cannot pretend I don't like the cleavage. I can't. I won't. Everyone should love cleavage. It's amazing. But, body armor, man. It's supposed to cover everything. It's fairly simple. I think of I think it was a good example. I actually don't remember. I didn't watch more than the first season, but can't remember what it's called. Game of Thrones. There we go. Game of Thrones, where oh God, what was the name of the lady who was basically a kick-ass warrior? She had full armor and stuff. Something of Tarth. But she had actual armor on. I mean, they didn't joke around with that. Song's still stuck in my head. Son of a bitch. Oh, it was ridiculous. I was probably like 9 when that movie came out. Hold on, I can find out. Google will tell me exactly how old I was, so I can pinpoint the exact moment where suddenly my boyhood was just like, what is this? Why do I have these feelings that I don't understand? 88 or 89? That was amazing back then. The fact, merging actual real life acting with. I was 8 years old. God damn. No, I was 7, actually. It came out in June 22nd, 1988. So my birthday was in July. So I was still 7 years old. I might have been 8. I probably didn't see it right as it came out of the theaters, but. And it was near the end of June, so it could have been 8, 7 or 8, whatever. But that movie blew my mind. One, because Jessica Rabbit, but also because of what they did to make that movie. The animation linking up with the actors, the real life acting merging with the cartoons was incredible, especially at that age when you're a kid. You want to have that happen. You want cartoons to be real, and that little idea that they're just in a different place. Yes, Brianna of Tarth. Yes, she had actual kick-ass armor. No, that didn't confuse me at all. Bugs Bunny's hot, but no. The funny thing is that's not a far step from what the Playboy Bunny guy did. What's his name? God damn it. I know he's dead, too. That makes it worse. Playboy Mansion was owned by. I want to say Hugh Hefner. That doesn't sound right. What the hell's Hugh Hefner? Son of a bitch. This stream brought to you by Google. I was right. My brain retains useless information. Good grief. Yes. Yes. I said Hugh Hefner. And then my brain was like, who the fuck is Hugh Hefner? So yeah, Playboy Bunny that's a thing. Pretty sure he watched Disney cartoons? Roger Rabbit? No. Bugs Bunny. Yeah. He saw Bugs Bunny dress up and he was like, wait a minute. That's a brilliant idea. Happens all the time, Demon Hunter. Constantly. Especially when I say the right thing and don't believe it. Like I said, Hugh Hefner, and it was like, who the hell is that? I don't remember. What's so funny about 5318008? I don't understand. Definitely understand. Yes, I had to look it up. I had to look it up on the Google. June 22nd, 1988, which is when I was a very young lad, and some people here were not born. Woo. Oh, God, that was terrifying. Freaking Dr. Doom? When he turned into that crazy cartoon thing that murdered people? Yeah, that was... And Dip was terrifying. The shoe? I've never felt so bad about a shoe cartoon being murdered. When they put it in the dip. That was pretty traumatic as a kid. Ugh. Chaotic. The Thief and the Cobbler. I feel like I've heard about that. Upside down. Oh. Well, that makes more sense. I only got the last point. I'm like, I know what 8008 stands for, but 531, that's not very funny. It's just a phone number. I get it. Thankfully, my brain didn't go there immediately. Like I got that going for me, which is nice. I will type that up now because I will forget. Coming on the last 5 minutes of the stream that has lasted 2 hours longer than I originally anticipated. So, deep in the cobbler. Got a Wikipedia about it. Now I've scotched down and you're doing it wrong. From what I understand, it goes like this. Hold on, gotta make sure I'm doing it right. I think that's how it goes. Could be wrong. Just eyeballs. 2 eyeballs, right? Oh God. You could. I mean, you guys are closer to that. Was it California? Was it California? Feels like it was California. So you had the option of going there. I do not. Like just me going to Texas is a stretch. At best, I can go along the East Coast. So I can go to anywhere from Maine to Florida with relative ease. But going to like out west, I have a friend of mine who lives in Missouri. So I can go there, but they're not exactly known for whiskey in Missouri. And that's about it. I mean, other than Texas, Vegas, I've never actually been to California or Oregon or Washington. Places I would like to visit because I know Oregon and Washington are amazing. Washington is fairly well known for their salmon. I'd love to visit Alaska someday, just to say I did. And Hawaii. My throat. South Carolina. South and North Carolina are interesting places, to say the least. X-rated. I mean, no, they're eyeballs. Why would it be X-rated? What are you talking about? What do you see? I mean, that's the real question. That'd be really weird if if YouTube did come down hard on that. It's like, of all things, it's like, really? I wouldn't put it past them, to be honest. Back in my day, one thing that comes to mind when we're talking about doing things that don't exist anymore, like writing notes to each other in class. You can just text your friend now. You don't need to write notes with pencil and paper. Screw that, man. That's why they get rid of cell phones in classes these days, I think. I mean, that'd be nice. Kind of fun. Never been on one, so. And I have a feeling in my head. I think my old music teacher did that. She went on a cruise to Alaska. She said it was wonderful, I believe. I honestly don't remember it that long ago. But I would like it. The Dabbley is. Oh, Florida. I could go meet the Likes if they ever wanted me to visit. I've been to Florida a number of times, but I've never gone down there knowing that someone I've interacted with and has copious amounts of whiskey live there. So there's that. That's incentive, if nothing else. Yes, you're all dismissed. Go over to Livewire Whiskey. I almost Livewire Whiskey Musings. It's been that long. Livewire Whiskey. Do it. And visit their stream. They're going live in about a minute. I was going to sing more, but I forgot. Got distracted. I was, 5 or 6 or 7 when computers first became a thing in the house. So there's that. I literally grew up in the computer generation. It's crazy. All right, folks. Last 30 seconds. It's been a pleasure. It's been a long time, but it's been a wonderful evening. I'm glad I got to hang out with Adriana, Whiskey Mountains. Again, she is doing a stream, Alzheimer Fund, Whiskey Mountains channel, Sunday, June 20th. Please put it in your calendars or something So you know there'll be whiskey and guests. It's all right there. Bottle giveaway and such. Till next time. Live long and prosper. Crazy neighbor. Don't forget to be awesome. Let's launch off.